This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucy telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they played. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs, the level where funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city up here with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
I've been swimming in this ghetto life. I've been living in these ghetto streets.
Yo, him, but Joey Mecca. So this one's personal to me right here. This shit is the truth. Hip-hop needs some real truth right now. You feel me? I really seriously think hip-hop needs me right now. All these clown rappers, all this make-believe, y'all ride with me. I told 2 texts when I'm in irony of the street. Then go beat Lex and tell him why I'm in all this heat. It seems to be a thing that we born within this ghetto. A hot jump shot, a book of rhymes, all this metal. It's a defeatist attitude developed in high school. While those with stable homes look on like they the ones. So brothers be like, fuck it, that's the motto of the hood. Well, y'all apply to college, our projects is where it's wood. I'm living in this trap, only fact I got my gap. Now I'm all strapped up, and little Chuck got it tucked. And reload these, spitting that breeze over weeds. And reload knees, shooting at leaves, toking trees. I violate beer, I drink up on it like it's water. My mind ain't clear, I'm working on it cause my daughter. My life ain't fair, my mama left when I was 1. She's out in Bed-Stuy, I'm on the island in the slums. It ain't my fault, society made me to a thug. In the 90s is grimy, 2000s is blooded up. And low crip too, it's cause of family that is blue. And no blood red, so many dead that is sad. The funeral homes is forcing plenty orphan flipping coffins. While drug man Dan is at the orphanage giving orphans. And y'all blame us, while Judge Vincent's giving sentences. Out there ain't us, we in the system getting fenced in. And y'all blame us.
Now I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in this ghetto streets. The system got me living that life. And you pop me when I can't drink. It's gotta be a better way to life. It's gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a friend tonight. It's gotta be the one to make you.
Y'all close your eyes and vision drastic being stabbed. Imagine Joe hanging in the back of Linden Ave. Imagine Wild Man up in heaven having a fight. And Shaheem the God is telling court to keep it light. Imagine True Indeed and J Thug is alright. Dressing in all red up in heaven blood tight. News demo and country so much time it ain't hype. And 15-year-old Scully getting 25 to life. This is my life, my cousin Chase is Brooklyn's ace. Be up on gates with 38s in the skates. And all my life my cousin Wise sticking guys. All on the heights with 45s on his sides. It's sorta incredible the way I thought pattern does. It's sorta regrettable the way the courts batter us. So brothers be like, fuck it, that's the motto of the hood. Well, y'all excel in college, our job shits is where it's wood. My father, he bailed, my mama left when I was a baby. I turned God body when I was 12, that's what saved me. By age 14, I bought my first whip machine. Trues and dollar bills, my new Impala wheels. And oh my God, I was that beast at making sales. And oh Rashawn, I runs these streets like frickin' jails. I'm from Hempstead, what the fuck you can't tell? It's down the street from death and round the corner from hell. But y'all can't tell.
Now I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system got me living that life. And you pop me when I can't drink. It's gotta be a better way to life. It's gotta be a better way to be. Now I gotta be a friend tonight. It's gotta be the one to make me. I'm still swimming. Now I'm swimming in this ghetto life. And I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system got me living drop more skinny, looking like ooh wee. Chain vanilla velour, they be like who's he? Ooh wee, standing on the block, pitching that ooh wee. You know I keep the guys, nigga, ready for ooh wee. Okay. I'ma do it for the hood and rep the NC. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm at it again. Lucha Reynolds in the front, I'm in the back of the Benz. Getting high with whatever, all Bacardi and Sprite. Yeah, I might catch a body tonight. Who knows? I only got a few foes that's still alive, cause the rest of them bitches got killed to die. I might laugh, but don't think I'm a joke. And get smoked and get a motherfucking shank in your throat. It don't matter, it's survival of the strong in the cat. That's why these snitches and these bitch niggas laying on their back. Niggas praying that rap changed my ways, and I stopped selling crack and put down the K's. But I came from the hood, and I'ma die in that fashion. You can bury me a G, nigga, I'm going out blasting. Ooh wee, ooh me, riding down the block, smoking that ooh wee. And they drop more skinny, looking like ooh wee. Chain vanilla velour, they be like who's he? Ooh wee, standing on the block, pitching that ooh wee. You know I keep the cock ready for ooh wee. I'ma do it for the hood and rep the NC. When it come to outfits, I'm the 2 grand man. Rainbow Uptown, City 2 can't stand. When I'm OT, my nickname Jump, why? Cause I jump off early and I'm ready to go. P-Mob game, so respect my handle. On the spot, my Glock flame like a Roman candle. When you're hot, even niggas will stalk you. My bullets climb walls like Peter Parker. Y'all remember Club Heat? My flow's bonkers, don't believe it, then act shit loose from Yonkers.
What's good? What's good? What's good? That was too many curses in that ooh wee. Sorry guys, I meant to take the curses out of that ooh wee. Let me make sure y'all can hear me though. Let me make sure I'm being heard. All right. Shout out to 25 to Life Testimony TV. All right, pardon me for those curses in the ooh wee. I got a that was the Palace Mall, my group, back in 2000. I think that was 2007 or something. I gotta reverse the curse. I gotta re-edit that song and take out the curses because I'm a man of the Most High. I don't use those words. All right, thank you, Yahshuah. Y'all can hear me. What's good, Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV family. All right, tonight we got another one. Y'all know how we do here at 25 to Life Testimony TV. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Lavia from the Bronx. Yahshuah from Chicago. Shout out to who else is there? California. Delajah. Shout out to Zayana. Shout out to Yahakanan. Shout out to everybody in the building so far. Phyllis Richards. Shout out to Abriya out there. Texas in the building. You got Oregon in the building. You got North Carolina, South Carolina in the building. You got Tennessee in the building. Wyatt in the building. You got Texas again in the building. You got Atlanta, GA in the building. Shout out to Yana Kayana, everybody. Delajah in the building so far. All right, we're going to get started. Sorry for that ooh-wee. All right, shout out to Yasha out there, Canada in the building. Ahavaya. Shout out to Ghana, West Africa in the building. Jamaica, the Caribbean islands in the building. All right, so let's go in. We might as well go. We going in nice and early. I'm getting right to it. Let's get right to the story. The story was something. What was it? LL Cool J, the crack era, something revealed. Thank you, Laria. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to JoJo out there in the Bronx. Laria's little doggy dog. It says LL Cool J, true story, crack era, story exposed. All right, let's go in right now. Let's do it. So let me do this. I'll do this. That'll make a better presentation at the beginning. So I need to learn to do this one. I need to share screen with my presentation. That's going to be kind of dope. Because before, guys, I used to make me so small and the thing so big. And then when I watch it back, I can't even see me. And I like to watch the person that's telling the story because, you know, his inflections and his movements and all that, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it a side-by-side joint, right? So, all right, so where is it at? Over here, the side-by-side. side by side. There you go. That's the side by side. Now let's see how that works. Let me see how it looks when we do this. So let me grab the thumbnail. It should be in my recent, unless I did a lot of work. Yep, it's right there. So right here. So let me grab the thumbnail and let me do a side by side. So how I'm gonna do it? Maybe I pull it there, side by side. Oh, share screen. Thank you. Sorry, guys. All right, so let me do this. Share screen, present. I'm setting up the stage. We're about to get right into the story tonight. Setting up the stage. So where is the image? So go to, oh, because I didn't pull it in. So if I pull it in, then, all right, let's try that then. So let me do that. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Navigating this technology. You heard? All right, so make that a little smaller again. And then grab that from here and pull it up here. And see if we cooking with olive oil. It's a beautiful thumbnail, if I may say so myself. My thumbnail game is getting on and popping. All right, so yeah, my thumbnail game definitely getting better. So let me close that, then come back to y'all, then hit present, then put share screen. There we go. There we go. So if I share, okay. Let me see. Let me come back to y'all, see what it looked like on the screen. Okay, there you go. I'm too small, but at least I can see the thumbnail. Then I'm going to change it. So that's the thumbnail, right? That's LL Cool J. Most of y'all know who that is, an old rapper from back in the days, right? You know, they see him, he be on TV shows and stuff like that, right? So that was him back in the days, and he had a white 560 SEC. So this Mercedes is a 560 SEC. This was it's a Benz coupe. One of the most famous Benz coupes. I wanted one. That's one Mercedes I didn't get. That's one car I didn't get. I had almost every other car, right? Almost every other car and truck you can name, right? All my life I had about 50 something cars and trucks. Yeah, that just was my life, right? Altogether. So, but I never got a 560 SEC. I mean a 500 SEC, right? That's not a 560. Sorry, this is before 560s. Well, 560, yeah, 560s came out. This is when, yeah, that's right, 560 did come out. This is when they came out, right? So this is when they had 500 SEL, but they made a 560 SEC. It's the coupe. So the 500 XEL was the one I had. I had the big Mercedes long one, and they made the coupe was the big one of the big coupe, Benz coupe, right? And LL Cool J, he had this one on the screen. It was white, and he had white interior, right? And I don't remember correctly. If someone from New York who come in the building, I'm not sure because oh, there you go. New York is in the building. There we go. Who that over there? Shout out to Trent. Oh, Trendell. Shout out to Trendell over there. Yo, Trendell, you might like this story. This is a first-hand story, Trendell. It's one of my Hempstead Strong Island day ones. Exit 19 rap group. Him and Boot Knock. Shout out to Trendell. Shout out to Boot, too. And congratulations to Boot's son in the NBA. I forgot his name. Something Henderson. His Boot Knock's son. He NBA star, professional basketball player. All right, there you go. Trendell said, let's get it. All right, shout out to Trendell in the building. So guys, LL, all right, so back then, I think that's why I said if someone from New York can remember, I think LL had the Scoot Henderson. Thank you, Trendell. So y'all, anybody that's into basketball and sports, Scoot Henderson, I know all the basketball fans, y'all already know who that is. That's a Hempstead Strong Island. My brother Boot Knock Henderson. Shout out to the Henderson family. Shout out to News, Bad News and all them, right? Matter of fact, in that song I played at the beginning, Ghetto Life, I said, imagine news and demo and news country and demo got so much time it ain't right. And 15-year-old Scully getting 25 to life, right? I was talking, that's a little history in that song about us growing up. Because my man Bad News, Country and Demo, they all three of them at the same time got like 25 years or something. They got some crazy time back then. So anyway, and then Scully, my little man, A+ little brother, So anyway, all right. So let's keep it functional. Let's get to the story. All right. So now, I was saying, if someone in New York will remember, I'm not sure if this white 560 SEC that LL had the Trudell said play it again. It's pretty dope too, Trudell. I probably will play it again. Um, this one had a drop top, a convertible, because they didn't make these convertible, but back then we would cut the top off. We call it cut the top off. So we had these shops that we would take it to, Brooklyn and Bronx, mostly where they were at. Well, they were probably everywhere, but I know we used to go to Brooklyn and the Bronx where they had these shops. It's the same shops that chop shops, mostly the same shops that were called chop shops back in the days, where you would steal a car and take it to the chop shop and they would chop it up into pieces and give you some money for it and sell it, right? I mean, I'm not promoting no crimes, but this is how it was back in the 90s, the 80s during the crack era. So they would chop off the roof, right? So you get the roof chopped off. So I think, if I remember correctly, I think LL had the roof chopped off of this this white 560 SEC. It's the actual one. This is a real picture of him back then. It's the actual car. It had the gold around the emblem and the gold. I don't remember if he had gold rims on it or not, but I remember he had the gold emblems on there. All right. Now this story I'm talking about is this exact picture that he's in right here, and it's this exact car that he has right here. So now let me make my side by side. Let me see how that pop. They call that the news thing. So let me see. New layout. Cancel. I ain't trying to make a new layout. Let me just make it big screen. So make y'all full so I can see it. Everything will pop up. All right. So then make my drop down menu. And let's see if this works a little better. Where's my news layout? Right there. Let's see. Oh, that made me bigger than the doggone thing. I don't want to be bigger than the thing. I could rock with that. I want to kind of be, let's see if this works. Let's try this. Oh, no. That made me way too tiny. Let's see if this one works. No, that's where I was at before. All right, what's this one? No. All right, so let's rock with this one. All right, so we can rock with this one. You still see him. You still see me. All right, so you can see my inflections and stuff when I'm telling the story. All right, so here we go. So now, this story, back in the beginning of hip hop, right? Because I come from the original hip hop class, right? From before rap records, right? From the 70s, okay? Before rap records, when it was on tapes, cassette tapes, right? So at the beginning of hip hop, when New York City, when we created this genre, this music, this thing called hip hop, this music, rap music and all that, right? So it was in the parks and in the streets, right? All through the Strong Island and the 5 boroughs, all through, right? That's why you get rappers from every place, right? Later you got Wu-Tang. Well, let me go keep it early. You have Force MDs, Force MCs and stuff from Staten Island and stuff, right? So, later you got Rakim and, EPMD and them from Strong Island and all those, rap groups, Public Enemy and stuff came later. But then, you already know who you got from the Bronx and KRS-One and all them. You already know, who you got from Harlem. You got Dougie Fresh and all them, you know what I mean? And then, Brooklyn, you got, let me see an old rapper from Brooklyn. Let me see, go back, because Biggie is too new. I can't think of nobody to go back. Somebody can probably write it in a comment, right? Go back. So anyway, I'm talking back at the beginning of hip hop. Now that was the thing, guys, before rap records, okay? Shout out to Brooklyn too, right? So thing before rap records that we had this industry. Now, before rap records, and even when rap records first got released, the rappers had no power. This was the crack era. Right? So when I'm talking about this story right here, so hip hop started before the crack era, but by the time the crack era got into swing at about 82, right? About 82, 83, really 84. I think it was really 84. But anyways, by the time it really got into swing, hip hop had made it, it was on rap records. So it was a thing. But guys, at the beginning of hip hop, rappers didn't have no money. Understand, the record contracts and stuff they they wasn't paying like they do now, where you get $1 million, you getting millions of dollars, right? The rappers are the new celebrities, right? Like they like basketball players and entertainers and stuff, right? They're making millions of dollars. At the beginning of it, there used to be a thing called a Newport, Puma sweats and a Newport, a box of Newport record contract. That's what we used to call it. This is lingo, New York City lingo from back in the 80s, early 80s, right? Used to call it a Puma sweats, the Pumas, the sneakers, a Puma sweatsuit, because we used to wear jogging suits, Nike jogging suits, Puma jogging suits at one time back in the 80s, right? With some fresh Puma Adidas jogging suits with the 3 stripes, right? There you go. Big Daddy Kane. Thank you, Trindell. Big Daddy Kane from Brooklyn. All right. So now, guys, back then we used to call a record deal Newport, a box of Newport and Puma sweats, literally. For people from back there, I know they laugh at that, right? Because they would get no money. Shout out to Ron Pierre out there on Facebook. They would get no money, right? Right? And and it was so new that it wasn't a thing where it was like they became like celebrities, right? That started really big with LL, right? On the screen, right? Some of the first ones that came really big was Dougie Fresh and Slick Rick. Okay, this back in the days with Lottie Dottie, well, him and Slick Rick, right? Lottie Dottie. This is when it started to kind of blow up, where they became like superstars, right? And Slick Rick was known for wearing all his jewelry, right? But I'm walking this down, right? I'm going somewhere. Now, before that, everything was the streets, meaning the celebrities. When we grew up, I'm not promoting this, but the celebrities when we grew up was the gangsters in the streets. This is the time of Supreme Team, right? Prince, Supreme Team from Southside Jamaica, Queens, right? From Jamaica, shout out Queens in the building, right? This was the time of the Paid in Full posse out there, Supreme Magnetic and them out there in Brooklyn. This is the time of Alpo and Rich and them out there in Harlem. This is the time of Preacher, the serial psycho killer out there in the Bronx and Harlem and stuff, right? This is those eras. This is the time of the A-Team out there in Cypress, in Brownsville, right? In East New York and Cypress, you know what I mean? Cypress houses. These are the time, right, of the where y'all getting these stories on these channels of these crack era legends and dark street legends, right, in the darkness. This was the era of the crack, the gangster, it was Murder One. It was okay. So the only people, let me explain something to y'all. It was so bad that you would get robbed for your pants. If you had on some clothing that, some leather pants or something, they would strip you down. This is the time of sheepskin coats, big sheepskin with sheepskin hats. Then leather bombers came out later with the big fur around the hood. Then they had long ones to the feet. Okay. This is the time later it became goose leather bombers. You couldn't wear. They would take your clothing, right? I remember there was this jacket came out called 8-ball jackets. I'll do a separate story on that. 8-ball jackets made the news, right? Shout out to Stink from Freeport, Strong Island, one of the first juveniles to get sentenced for I think Stink got 20, 30 years for doing I think he caught a body behind an 8-ball jacket, all right? So, yeah, they rob you for your pants and sneakers. They would strip people. That was horrible, Trendell. I remember it was something that you used to have to think about, right? This way back. This before I even bought my first whip. We used to walk to parties. I remember walking from the Heights to we would walk to parties, right? Basement parties. And one of the threats was a group running up on you or a car pulling up on you, and they gonna rob you for everything, meaning strip your clothes. Shout out to Shaka Z, Charles. Shout out to Shaka Z in the building, Charles Upshaw. And it'd be cold. New York would be cold in the winter. They take your clothes. I'm talking about strip you down to drawers or naked. Take your sneakers, your pants, your coat, if you got a good shirt. They taking everything. And your sneakers was only $32 for a pair of Pumas. You understand? A pair of Adidas. It was $38. I'm talking way back in the days, right? That's how y'all know I'm talking about, because I'm talking about the price of the sneakers, right? Now, this is real life stuff. Now, as the crack started to blow, because that's when crack was just starting, and more money, and then some kingpins started to merge in the streets, started to get money. The people, the thugs in the streets, the gangsters, quote unquote, which what they call them now, that was getting money. We started to buy jewels. We started to get whips, those who's getting money. Now, I'm explaining something to you. If you couldn't wear a pair of sneakers, a nice pair of sneakers, or a good pair of pants, and they was robbing you and shooting you and taking it from you, ain't no way in the Most High's green earth you gonna wear no big old gold chain and no big old rings like LL got on his hand. On his hand, that big ring says LL Cool J across. He got a 4-finger ring going across, and the other hand, you ain't wearing. If they gonna rob you for your sneakers, they gonna kill you for a nice chain, a gold, a watch. Listen. I'm speaking facts. Anybody from there know what I'm talking about. All right, facts. So if you ever want to see that someone was holding it down, let them show you some pictures from in the 80s with them with some big wells on or something, or drop and outside, not in the side, not inside, not in the house, taking a picture. Show you some pictures outside, and I can guarantee you I'll co-sign for them. Oh, they had to be holding that down. I ain't saying, they had to be holding that down. Trust me. They was coming for you no matter what. They come, and anywhere you go, everywhere you go, they coming. Okay? Now, I'm lining this up because this is the era that LL Cool J came up in. He was one of the first rap, what they call them, with the girls, like heartthrob superstars type of thing. Ladies, like, the girls love them, right? First childhood superstar, rap superstar, the big one, right? So now I'm painting your picture. So in the 80s, before LL's record deal, and before Slick Rick and Lottie Dottie, before they blew up and the rap started to make them money, where they didn't have the Puma sweats in the right, because in New York we had JVC Force, like you have rap groups, guys, that made records that y'all don't even know about, and they were out. But that's before you didn't get no money for your record deal, right? Puma sweats and the Newport box of Newport record contract. That's what we called it. So now, by the time LL got his record deal, rap and Dougie Fresh and rap has started to blow up, right? And they started to make money off the sales and stuff. It started to become a thing, right? And so the rappers started to become celebrities, right? Before it was just the singers, right? R&B or whatever, disco, really disco, right? And all that, right? And old James Brown stuff, those type of R&B. But now this new genre that we created called rap started to blow up. So now the rappers start to get money, and everything, guys, everything in the street, everything in our world, the black world back then, was tailored after the streets. So back in the 70s, people looked up to the pimps, right? Because those were the ones with the big cars and all the crazy clothes with big fur hats and stuff, right? But then when they flooded the drugs into our neighborhood, heroin and cocaine and then crack and stuff, everything was dictated by what the streets wore and did. So Supreme Team, Alpo and Rich and them, right? AZ and them driving in the big Benzes and the cars, and then we started wearing Gucci when Dapper Dan, the clothing designer, and Bell out in Harlem, right? We started making our own clothes with Fendi and Louis Vuitton and Gucci and MCM and wearing this stuff started in the streets. The streets, like, so you would see Supreme from Supreme Team, or Prince Miller, or one of them, or Corley, or one of them, right? Or Webb and Nitty, or one of them, right? These are Jamaica Queens legends, dark street legends, right? Driving in this car that LL got, 560 SEC or big 500 SEL or something, and getting out with all these big chains on, right? There was no rappers doing that. I'm setting the stage for y'all, because I need y'all to understand what was happening and what these rappers were walking into. Shout out to my big brother Kevin McCullough out there. Love you, big bro. So Roosevelt Strong Island in the building. So I only thugs in the street. There was no rappers wearing no chains, wearing nothing. First, they didn't even have the money. So now everything imitated the streets, right? So in the streets, those, I'm not promoting it, but that's just what it was. The only people that got that level of respect were those who were out there holding down the streets, right? They were selling all that drugs, making all that money. They had crews and posses, and they were gangsters. And they were driving these big Mercedes and BMWs and Saabs 911s and Audi 5000s and like these foreign cars. Right before that, they was doing, Cadillacs and 98s and right, those type of cars, Oldsmobiles and stuff. But then they started going foreign, right, with AZ and all of them stuff, going foreign and getting 745 BMWs and 645s and 635 coupes and Mercedes and stuff. So anyway, the streets, everything was modeled after the streets. So the only thing you would see of real wealth in the streets was the drug dealer. That was it. That was the only people you seen with big chains and stuff was those, and you was not trying to, if you was coming to get it, you was like King Allah and them from Brooklyn, the ones who tried to kill Fat Cat and them, right? Fat Cat, another street legend, dark street legend, right? Got life, these people got life in prison for their drug empires, right? The Furtado brothers and all that, right? So King Allah and them from Brooklyn and Brian Glaze and stuff and all that, right? Those dark street legends who was enforcers for some of these you could, not cartels, you could call them drug posses. That's what we call drug crews, right? Back then. So anyway, and these people did their time, and a lot of them are dead. So I'm not saying nothing that could get anybody incriminated. We don't do that here. All right. They did life and came on. Everybody I just named is either dead or did their time for this stuff. This is public news event. I ain't saying nothing personal. I don't do that here. So if I don't know if someone's still alive, I won't talk about it. So those were the only ones you see holding it down. But then rappers started to get money and popularity, and they started to, what are they going to do? Everybody imitates, art imitates life. So they imitate what they see in the street because that's what was fly. That's what all the girls wanted. That's what all the dudes wanted, right? You wanted to look like, Supreme. You wanted to look like them. So you wanted to have a big Louis Vuitton a suit on with a big chain and might drive you a Benz. That was what you would aspire to be. So what did the rappers do? When they got their record deal, what they gonna do? They gonna go buy the big Benz. They gonna go buy the big chains. They gonna go buy the big 4-finger rings, the big things, right? They gonna buy the watch, and they gonna start going to MCM suits and Fendi, Gucci, Louis Vuitton suits, and they're gonna look like a drug dealer. See, that's what most people don't know. That's what the look was. So what y'all see on the screen with LL, that's not the rapper's look. That's the drug dealer's look. Let me show y'all. I wish I could scroll in and show y'all his ring. This ain't what the rappers looked like. Rappers didn't wear this stuff. But once they started getting the money, they started to look to drive the cars and wear the gold and wear the, all the diamonds and the MCM suits and the Fendi suits and Louis Vuitton stuff, right? Nah, this is the problem. I told y'all, the crack era in the streets in New York in the 80s and the early 90s, they was robbing you for your sneakers. Let me tell you something. Even if you was a so-called gangster or getting that money, you had to defend that every day of your life. I just said, what's his name? King Allah and them in Brooklyn, these famous stick-up kids came to kill Fat Cat and them and take all his stuff, burnt his house down and all of that type of stuff, right? Everybody, even if they was getting a lot of money, right? Like he did. Shout E Moneybags. I got a story coming on him, my documentary, personal story with E Moneybags. Every time I tell a story, it's gonna be a personal story that my experience with them personal that I know and seen them, right? All right. Now I didn't know E Moneybags personally. I seen him. He seen me. We kind of met each other, but I was at a place when something monumental happened, and I was there. So I'm gonna tell a firsthand account, right? I was there. So anyway, so he was one who tried to kill Supreme, but he ended up killing Black Just by accident, right? That'll come out later when I tell his story, right? When I do his documentary. So because I got documentaries on this channel, guys, they dope. So they get a lot of views too. So anyway, who cares about that? But anyway, sorry, I'm digressing. So the I'm saying it because preacher was going trying to, they you got these notorious because whenever where there was get money, there was take money, right? Y'all know that Biggie Smalls, the Junior Mafia song, itches, get money, right? It was take money, money, make money, take money. That was what it was back in the days, right? And Brooklyn was known for taking it. That was that thing. That was right. So anyway, and it was everywhere. It wasn't just Brooklyn. Anywhere you go, you would come out to Strong Island wearing that, you getting laid down. It's getting taken. I'm just facts. Everybody, if you came out there, you got a receipt of what I'm talking about, right? And you go anywhere you go, if you got that stuff on, if you wearing what LL, you gonna get it taken if you ain't holding and you ain't ready to pull that trick and you ain't fast on the draw. Because remember, it's only who gets to the gun first, right? Who draws first? Because you can have 10 guns on you, but if somebody catch you out there and draw down on you, what you gonna do? You can't reach for it. What you gonna do? You either gonna give it up and hope they ain't still gonna kill you, or you just gonna try to reach and night street lights, right? Just facts. So again, now, because what I'm pointing y'all, nobody was above getting it tooken, right? Nobody. I don't care how much of a psychopathic killer they were, how much money they was, nobody was above getting their house, getting it ran down on, getting it tooken. All right. Now, what the rappers, they stepped into a hot mess, because I'm painting this picture because when the rappers like LL and them and Slick Rick and them and stuff started getting all that money, and they started to dress like the thugs, like the gangsters, and drive the cars and wear all this stuff, if you wasn't built like that, you got a problem. Oh, it was a problem. Oh, it was a problem. Facts. All right. So now I set that stage, all right? So I want y'all to understand, right? So I got the image on a picture y'all could see, right? So now I'm going to set the stage to the story. This year, I know the year because I know how old my daughter was. And this story that I'm about to tell right now takes place at a shopping mall in Queens and Long Island. It's on the borderline of Queens and Long Island, and it's called Green Acres Mall, or they call it Sunrise Mall. There's a famous movie theater called Sunrise Movie Theater. And when I tell my E-Moneybags firsthand story, it takes place there, okay? That was my movie. And that was the movie theater for Brooklyn and Queens. Brooklyn also had its movie theater before that. They tore that one down in East New York. I forgot what the name of that one was. Somebody who know, y'all could write it in the comment section, right? I've been there one time, but I didn't go back because it was too much. What I mean by that, I wasn't as known in Brooklyn at that time as I was in Queens and Strong Island. So when I was there at the one in Brooklyn, and I'm always wearing, Gucci or MCM and big chains, boy, I almost had to shoot my gun about 5 times in the movie theater. And I was like, you know what? It was too much risk. You know what I mean? It was too much. You know what I mean? Because you used to have to defend yourself all the time. But the amount of level that I had to, because, it was all these roving psychopathic killers and crews. And if none of them knew you, everybody like, who that? It was like, you know what I mean? So I'm steady. I was like, man, I was like, all right, I'm good. You know what I mean? Because what reason why I'm saying that is because if you was not to saying I was nobody, I wasn't tough, and I don't do all that, right? I'll just keep it real. But I was outside. Let's use outside, okay? Because nobody can ever deny that. And I was wearing, so nobody can ever deny that. Everybody there, so you know I must have been holding it down. Just facts, right? So anyway, I'm not saying I was nobody tough or nothing, but we used to like, and Unique, if when he come in, people know we used to like to go everywhere. So I wasn't wearing my stuff, wearing all that, and just staying on Strong Island. We was in Brooklyn, we was in the Bronx, we was all through the clubs, the Latin Quarter, the Roxy, the Fever, like we was everywhere, the Armories. Like, first of all, we was performing when we used to be the rap group, but then after that, after I, when I became so-called, I did my time for the crimes I committed. When I became a drug dealer, we go everywhere. So we everywhere. So, I'm like, yo, I heard the Brooklyn movie theater one is lit. And I went, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't coming back here no more. It was just too much. I knew probably the next time I go, I'm probably gonna have to, if they get the drop on you, then I'm done, right? And if I shoot them up, then I wasn't thinking about being locked up because I was young and dumb, but I was just thinking about them getting the drop on me and me not being able, and then not, I'm dead, right? So anyway, so I started like, what, I'm staying with Queens, Sunrise Mall, where, my mall. Now, so back to the story. There's a Sunrise Mall, right? They call it Green Acres. And then there's a Sunrise movie theater, right? And later they put a Bronx barbecue right there. That's where Nicki Minaj used to work. That before she had a record deal. She was a waitress. But anyway, just shouting out these stupid names. So now Sunrise Mall, the mall, right? And the Coliseum in Jamaica was the two in Jamaica, Queens, and Strong Island, right? Nassau County, Strong Island, right? So Queens and Nassau County is, oh, y'all can't see me. Sorry, guys. That's not cool. All right. So Queens and Nassau County is side by side like this. So Sunrise Mall and Jamaica Avenue, the Coliseum, a shopping mall, was really the two shopping spots for Queens and Long Island, Strong Island, right? Now, Brooklyn, other places went there too, but for us, that was like our shopping malls. We either going to Sunrise Mall or we going to Jamaica Avenue. Now, we'll go to Delancey Street and Lower East Side too. Those are the shopping spots, really. Delancey Street, Jamaica Avenue. Now, if you're in the Bronx, you're going to Fordham Road and all that. If you're in Brooklyn, you're going to Fulton Avenue and all that. But we, and also Pitkin. I did some shopping on Pitkin too, to shop out on Pitkin in Brooklyn. Shout out to Shakita in the building. She said that Bronx barbecue was her spot. Shout out to my niece Shakita. So anyway, now so Sunrise Mall, now I'm talking the crack era, right? Beginning of hip hop. The mall is where you would see, it was like, y'all know the mall. It was where everyone went to shop and drive their big cars. This is where you'll see E-Money bags. This is where you'll see Supreme and Prince in them. This is where you'll see the rapper 50 Cent when he was Boo Boo, right? But that's a little later than this story. This is before 50 Cent Boo Boo when he was younger, right? This is a little before 50 Cent Boo Boo, right? This before he had his big white Benz and all that. This is where you would see all of the legends in the mall with their crews, with their cars. You can see their cars in the parking lot and all of that in the mall. Now, the mall was so dangerous, okay? Yeah, I forgot about Busy Bee Mall. That's the fact. Busy Bee Mall. I forgot about Busy Bee Mall and Albee Square Mall. I got a story about Albee Square Mall in Brooklyn where it went down. It went down. They tried me in Albee Square because I was always heavy. All right, but anyway, let's get back to this story. So now you're right, Busy Bee. I forgot about Busy Bee Small. Shout out to Q Dog in the building. So so now the mall was where everyone was, and because all the girls are there, right? Y'all know the mall. But this is the crack era 80s. It's the Wild Wild West. It's a different time in life, right? Now, the rappers, LL was a celebrity at this time, right? He was big. So as y'all see in the picture, he was wearing the big chains. He was dressing like we was dressing. And when I say we, I was dressing like that. Everybody wasn't dressing like that. I'm not saying anything of anything. I'm just telling truth to power. I'm telling the truth. Everybody was not wearing that during the 80s in the crack era. First of all, everybody couldn't afford it, right? Because everybody wasn't getting money to that level. And second of all, if they were smart, most people wasn't wearing that because you can die at any second wearing that stuff. But I was stupio, I guess. I was foolio. I was with that smoke back then. I was about that life, right? So I was wearing I was wearing the stuff. Okay. So let me do this because we don't wanna be fugazi. Okay. Because you know you have new people that find the channel and they're like, oh, yeah, another fake, you know, another fake wannabe, another YouTube wannabe, which I understand is full of that, right? But yeah, this ain't no wannabe stuff here, right? So again, this here, share. Okay, thanks. So let me make it full screen. I don't need to be, let me, how do I change, make that big? And then let me just make it full screen so I can show the, oh, I don't got to make it full screen. I can make it big on the thing. All right, so let me do this. Let me put me back to the side, the regular, right? Regular that. Okay. Oh, it's not changing. Oh, I thought to say it's not changing. There you go. Let me put me to the side, small. Now, let me make that smaller. First, I got to give receipts. So when I tell a story, everybody ain't like, oh my goodness, this is a fake dude. Because it'd be new people coming, guys. So those who know, you know. All right, so this is me back in the 80s. This is before that picture of LL. Now, I'm showing this one because this was the 80s. The picture with LL, that picture is, I think, 91 or 90. I think that's 1991. This picture I'm showing you here of me, that's the 80s. Right? So that's the 3-finger lion head ring. It's a 4-finger ring on this hand. You see the big rope, right? You see it, right? And you see the MCM suit. Of course, I had the pants too, but I'm just wearing the jacket and the hat. And we used to always rock no shirt. Shout out to Saquon, because that's how we used to rock. No shirt, so you can see all your wells on your chest. You put on the, you know, your jacket, whatever. You put it on, you got no shirt on, so you can see all your jewels, right? So again, I'm just showing the receipts. This is outside. I'm inside, but I'm gonna show y'all a picture of me outside. So let's, you know, I just wanted to show you. This is the 80s, right? Stonewashed jeans and stuff. Okay. Now, I'm showing you this because the story I'm about to tell and the thing I'm setting up, I'm letting y'all understand that I was there and I was looking. This is what the rappers started to dress like. See? Right here. Don't I look like a rapper from there? I look like a rapper from the 80s. That's before the rappers from the 80s got the money and had the heart to put on that stuff, those who had the heart. But later it got smoothed over. But anyway, shout to no, I'm about to show an outside picture, Harry. Now, right now, this is still outside because I'm in Southside Jamaica, Queens, but I'm about to show you an outside picture. Harry said, "Are you home? Unc, are you home? I'm outside." All right, I think he said, "Are you home or outside?" I'm not sure, but anyway, I'm gonna show y'all a picture of me outside, right? But this is Southside Jamaica, Queens back there. So anyway, let me play the picture. This is what the rappers started to dress like. I want you, this before Rakim, okay? You know the rappers that you see with the big Gucci suits and all that? They got it because of the streets. This is what the drug dealers in the streets were wearing, okay? Before the rappers. So the rappers were imitating the streets. Art imitates life. I need to paint it because they had it rough, all right? When they started to, all right. So now, I just wanted to show y'all that so that I can tell the story. Y'all understand that I was there. Let me see which way. No, not that way. Let me go to another one. There we go. All right, that's me. This again, I think this is that same time, the story I'm gonna tell. This is like 90. I know that because I got the brand new Patrick Ewings on. 91. I think they dropped in 91. And I got those from Pickens Avenue in Brooklyn too. I got those. Shout out to Bill Blast from the 98 Posse. He turned me on. He was like, yo, Pickens Ave got the color, the brand new Ewings because they was selling out. So I went to Brooklyn like this. As y'all see beepers, 3 beepers, right? This is outside, right? That's three big. That's a Gucci link, a big link. That's 3 big truck things on, all right? So this is Queen's Day. There you go, outside. I wanted to show an outside. I know somebody's seen this before, but I need to set the stage for people coming to know that I'm telling that there's a reason I can tell this story. I was there. You see that? That's a cop back there. That's an old New York City cop. Look at his uniform. Right? This is Queen's Day. And I'm saving this story. I got a crazy story about this. Brooklyn was insane. This Queen, Flushing Meadow Queens. Shout out to Flushing Queens. Queens Day. All right, now this is outside. So I just wanted to show y'all me outside, just so y'all know I wasn't wearing this inside. And this is a biggie. It's everybody in the tri-state, everybody in Brooklyn, Queens is here at Queens. Well, at least Brooklyn and Queens and Strong Island is here. For those in Strong Island who went, Queens Day, every year, Flushing Meadow Park. Brooklyn was running through Brooklyn crew. But anyway, I'll save that story for when we tell this story. All right. So again, yes, those are the Patrick Ewings on my, it's cut off. The white Patrick Ewings. And that's a Wilson suit, a suit, dope Wilson. And it's not green. It's like a blue, like a royal blue. It's dope, right? So anyway, outside. Now this is that era. Okay, I think that was the last one I needed to show. Yeah. All right, so good. Now y'all got the receipt. This is that same time in the story with LL. Okay. And then let me see. All right, bang. So now I'm going to Sunrise Shopping Mall because let me stop sharing that picture because I'm going shopping because I was getting money. Okay. I just showed the picture. Okay. Now that's the 90, that's 80. So, I'm getting money and I got a big Benz, a big 500 SEL Mercedes too, wearing all that right at this time. So I would either go to Jamaica Avenue almost every day to shop. That's what it was when you was living that life back there. You buy clothes every day. Like you buy stuff and put it on every day almost, right? So I would either go to Jamaica Avenue or I was going to Sunrise Mall or Busy Bee Mall. Like cute, I forgot about Busy Bee. But I like Sunrise because Sunrise Mall was so big and a lot of the Queens girls was fly, right? Queens, back then, Queens had the number one of pretty girls back then, right? Spots. Just what it was, right? It's the end of the early 80s. At this time, this is 91. So I'm going to Sunrise Mall and I'm always there. Now, back then, as I showed y'all the picture of all the stuff I used to wear, I'm toting. I always got a gun or two. I think at this time, I only got one gun. Because later, I used to carry two guns. But I think at this time, I always but I never, ever, ever not had a gun. And I'm not promoting gun, unless you got a license to carry a gun. So I'm painting the story because this is what happened. So I'm used to going there and I'm used to, now remember, this is with Supreme Team. This with King Allah and them, the A-Team from Brooklyn, Preacher and them. This is when you got the same way that you got these gangsters and people making all this money, the same way you got these stick-up kids, E-Moneybag, these stick-up kids, Big Noise Troy, and these robbers, these stick-up kids, these killers looking for anybody who got money. I showed y'all the pictures of what I was wearing because I want you to understand you wasn't wearing that outside and not holding it down. It's just what it was. And everybody know I wasn't the toughest dude where I'm from, but I was holding it down. Again, receipts speak, actions speak better than words, right? That's why I'm great thankful I got pictures and receipts of me outside. So anybody know if he was wearing that in the 80s and the 90s in Queens, then he had to be doing something. He had to have a whole crew of killers around him or something because they was coming for him. And you can see I wasn't 300 pounds, 6'8". They were still coming for you. But you can keep a lot of people away if you 6'5", 350 pounds. People second guess. No, I was 5'10" back then, 160 pounds soaking wet. Oh, they coming to get that. They coming to get all of that. And I'm driving a big 500 Mercedes. Oh, it's a wrap, bro. You tripping. They coming to get that. Okay. So now I'm going to the shopping mall. Okay. I'm going to shop. Now I'm shopping there all the time. So I'm on alert because I know that I can get more 9 times out of 10, I'm going to get tried. Because when you pull in the parking lot, first you pull around, right? It's a car show. You usually go around the front because the girls be outside and stuff. You go around, then you park your car. So when you park your car, you got to walk up to the mall. So now if you're walking up to the mall, you got all your stuff on. If you by yourself or with your crew, there's crews. There's people in the parking lot. There's wolves in the parking lot riding through looking for seeing who they can rob. They robbing women. That's what Biggie Smalls said. He said, snatch give me give me that earrings and that baby mom pendant and that new baby. So back then they had number one baby mom and the girls used to have it on their chain. That's where Biggie Smalls made this song. They used to wear these little skinny chains, and they used to have number one baby mom on the pendant. And he said, snatching the earrings and give me that baby mom pendant. They was taking everything. I don't care if your chain was this big. You got the skinniest little chain on. They give me that. Give me your earrings. Give me your pocketbook. I'll tell you, give me your sneakers. Give me your pants. They was women, babies. It was foul. The crack era, no one was immune. It wasn't no law of what they call that, honor among thieves at that time, because crack just, it was insane. They was taking everything from everybody. I don't care, your grandma, they gonna strip you, your grandma, your baby, if you good, pull up looking like you got some money. This is just what it was, okay? There you go. She said Patrick Ewing came out 92, so this picture was 92 then. All right, so that picture, I'm pointing to, y'all can't see it, the Queen's Day picture of me right there. But this one this story I'm telling is 91 with LL, right? So, or 90, probably, I think it's 91, because I could tell by how my daughter age. It might have been 90. All right, anyway. So now we're going to the mall. I'm going to the mall, and I always know I got to be strapped up and I got to be like on alert, right? I got to be quick. You know what I mean? Because like I said, if they get the drop on you, you done, right? So I always know I got to be like, you know how they show the movies Quick Draw McGraw, the cartoon? I got to be fast, because if they come and they like, don't move. Don't even, if you reach for it, don't make it, what they say, don't make it, it's a robbery, don't make it a homicide. That was the saying. And a lot of times they would shoot you anyway. It was bad, right? But that was the saying. It's a robbery, don't make it a homicide, right? Do not move, don't reach for it, right? And so I have to be extra alert to be quick. So I'm already on it, right? Just because I know it's on and popping, and when I get out, they looking, you got all type of Queens and Brooklyn gangs and all, they looking like, and I'm, you got to have that New York thing, and you got to have that energy, but you got to be able to back the energy. You got to be strapped, because they coming, right? You got people coming with guns, people coming without guns, because there be about 30 of them. This is when people ran in crews. 30 dudes run down on you. What you gonna do? They coming to get that. Then they probably gonna really beat you out, because it used to be fun for people to beat people up. You could kill you too. It was a bad time. So anyway, all right. So now I'm going to the mall. Now the Green Acres Mall, the rappers like LL and stuff, they would come there because that's where all the women were. So they would come there to drive their cars and step into the mall, and all the women, hello, Cool J is in the mall, right? Hello, right? And they would, so they became superstars, the rappers, and they imitated how we used to dress, the drug dealers. And I did my time for any crime committed, right? They imitated us. But the problem is they had to hold it down, and it was dangerous. So now I'm in the mall. I go to the mall. Here we go. Let me do this one. Let me give this one. Last receipt, guys, because I want to give receipts. So as I tell this story, I don't want nobody to be, So here you go. Last receipt. And don't laugh at the picture. I'm sorry. This is the 80s. This one's 91. That's how I know the year, because my baby is in my arms. So I used to, and this is another receipt to let you know that I was there. So share screen. Now I know it looks funny. So this was a Levi suit. And remember, we wore no shirt. So my jacket just fell down. This ain't no, I was taking the picture. This was the photo booth in Sunrise Mall upstairs. There's a photo booth where you go take the pictures. So that's my baby girl Star, right? Right now she like 30 something years old, right? Okay. So I remember the year, because she's only like 1 year old. And that's me and her, just me and her. Me and her used to go, I'd take her with me, Jamaica Avenue, right? I'm so my girl, Pam, that was my baby mom, she at work, right? Because, I'm hustler. So, all right, we going to the mall, me and my daughter, right? So you see, I got the big Gucci link on, right? This is the time of gold teeth. I had one gold tooth, that's Eddie Gold caps on Hillside. It's before we used to do all the fronts. We used to have one gold tooth if you was able to have that life. That's the big Gucci link, okay? I'm surprised I ain't got a bunch of rings on my finger. I probably got it on the other hand, right? So that's me and Star, okay? So All right, well, that's a close-up. That's just to see the Gucci link. But all right, you can see it. I made it big. All right, so that's the Sunrise Mall. This is that same, I don't know if it was the same day. I don't think so, because I think I was alone when this story happened, or with one of my boys or something, right? But I'm showing you the receipts. This is Sunrise Mall. Same year, same when this LL happened. All right, now, I'm saying it because you have to hold this down if you're wearing this during the crack era. All right, now, let me stop sharing that. Okay. All right. So that was enough of those receipts. Now let me put the LL picture back up so I can tell this story, and I'll put them side by side. Let's do it. Let's walk this out. So now let me go back to the LL, right? Where's you at? The, where did I, all right, hold on. It should be right here. The, there we go. So now what do? Open it. No, I had pulled it up. Sorry, guys. I can do it this way. I had pulled it up to the top. And now we about to, sorry, I just had to set the foundation in the stage, right? You don't want to tell stories. There's so much fugazi stuff on YouTube now. Give me a second. Let me find the picture. That's the songs. That's that. What did I do with the picture? I took it down. All right, let me put another one up then. All right, 1 second. So open it up. Here. There we go. Now come back to you guys. Go to present, share screen, window, the LL, share. There we go. Now make this big so I could put us side by side. All right. There we go. You can see it. I wish it was bigger, but you can see it. All right. So now let me make this smaller, and then let me see if I can make it even bigger where it'll show a little better. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that works a little better. Let me center them. Yeah, there you go. That works a little better. You can see the car and everything. All right, that's a little better. All right, so now let's go. So guys, now y'all got all the pictures y'all saw me. So I'm going to the mall. Now I got the big, so this is a 560 SEC that LL got, the coupe on the screen, right? And I got the big 500 SEL, the full four-door one, right? He got the coupe, I got the four-door one, sorry. Sorry, just had to, I said last receipt, but one more receipt, just to show. All right, so that's this car. So I'm driving this car, but silver, let me see. Nope, this way. I'm driving this car, but this color. Nope. This color. Right? This look more like dark gray like this. And it had the light bottom 500 SEL, right? The big dog. Right? So he got the two-door coupe of this. Right? And mine's is hooked up. So it looks like, I like this picture. That one. Oh, I can't make it bigger. I thought I could. Whatever. So anyway, there we go. I could. It's just running slow. Right? So I'm driving this. Okay? Tinted out. It looked black at night. Dark charcoal gray. These rims, but deep dish hammers. Chrome. Right? To the mall. And I'm wearing the big chains and stuff I showed y'all the pictures. Okay, so now I'm painting the story, all right? So now you see how the rappers were trying to look like us. This is what we was wearing and driving if you was getting money back in the crack era in the 80s and 90s, all right? So now I'm coming to the mall. I'm driving this. Y'all see the picture of me and my baby girl. I used to go there with little Star. She in the, we didn't have car seats. I don't remember. I don't think we had car seats back then. I don't know what we was doing. We was probably strapping them in the seatbelt or just having her sitting there in the seat. It was dangerous back then. Guys, there used to be a time where there was no such thing as a seatbelt in cars too. Sorry, I don't want to digress. But yeah, it was crazy back. Everything was lawless back in the days, right? So I don't think we had a car seat or something. So me and my baby Star, we going to Sunrise Mall, like that picture I said, and I'm driving this. So now imagine this. I'm getting out this, pulling up to Sunrise Mall, all the thugs and goons and people stick up killers way to looking who, and I'm getting out with a baby. Now I used to have Star, and I used to have I used to always put my 9 in my pocket, right? And it was just so quick. So if I got it in this hand, I got the 9 here. So, and sometimes she would get heavy, so I would switch her to this hand because I didn't want to be pushing the stroller because it looked, you look, you know what? I'm not pushing no stroller. I look crazy, right? Shout out to Jody in the building. That looked crazy, right? So I would carry her, and then when we get in there, she would walk. She was only one. We would walk out, hold her hand. I ain't pushing no stroller, right? So when I would carry her with this hand, I would put the gun in this pocket. Then I would switch hand because she get heavy. I'd switch the gun in this pocket because I got to be quick, right? Even with my baby. I know it sounds stupid and crazy, but it just was our life during the crack era. Okay, so I'm pulling up to the mall. I'm in this. I got my baby, all the wells, right? Now, celebrities. Here we go. Now, that's the last receipt I needed to show to tell this story. Now, let me get back. Let me put LL back on the screen. Stop sharing. Come back to LL. Where you at, L? There you go. Present. Share screen. Window. Share. All right. Now we in. 1 hour. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Now, I get to the mall. I was running in for something real quick. I don't think I was by myself. So I pull up at the mall, and the first thing I would do is I would go through the parking lot because I need to see who in the building. Okay? Jody said, hello, my people, love you all. Love you too, Jody. I need to see who in the building. So I would drive through and look for cars and look through and see what goons, because if you scan the area, you could catch people lurking in the parking lot trying to catch people coming out the mall to rob them, right? So I'm always on alert. So I'm always driving around scanning through each lane, the driver going up this one and going up that one. It's like, that's just what you had to be. You had to be on swivel. You had to be on point. You can't get caught slipping. So I'm driving through and everything, and I remember seeing LL's white Benz right there. And he had copped you really wanted to catch a front parking spot, which was hard to get. What I mean by, you had 2 main exits that everybody went inside of Green Acres Sunrise Mall in Queens and Long Island, right? And you really wanted to get your car parked at the first row, so when anybody come out the glass doors, your car's right there. Right? If you driving one of these or what I was driving, right? The big Benzes or whatever, Saab or whatever, a BMW, Audi or whatever you driving, right? Back then. So you want that. So LL had copped the front spot, right? So I remember seeing the white SEC and I'm like, oh, this thing is so crispy. He had the white interior, the white leathers, and I said that in another story. I'm going up to your car, right? So of course I go up to the car. I'm looking, I'm like, oh, this thing is fly, this white 5. I always wanted a 560 SEC, but I never got one. That's one car I always wanted. I never got the big Benz coupe. So I'm like, this thing is fly. He had the kit on it. That's what this is at the bottom. That's the spoiler kit, right? He had the kit on it and everything. So I'm like, oh, this fly. And I knew it was LL's because everybody knew, right, that was his, the white one, right? And they used to give LL a hard time. All right, let me set this up. LL had it rough when he first started because LL was the first big rap superstar, one of the first big rap crossover superstars. And he was a pretty boy, but he wasn't a punk or nothing, but he wasn't a thug either. What I mean by that is he wasn't, before he was rapping and got his record deal, he wasn't in the streets getting money, busting his gun, selling crack, and about that life. He's probably, I don't know his story. I think he's probably into sports or something. I don't know his story. But he had his grandma, Farmers Boulevard. Shout out to Farmers. He lived right up the street from where I used to live on Farmers, right? But he wasn't a thug. He wasn't out there, in that killing life. So now he's a superstar, and art imitates life. They want to dress like he started at 16, Q-Dog City, and they want to dress like us in the streets, right? And I'm a little older than him, right? So he So he's coming into this thing and he's a superstar. So now he got he got the car that we had, the Supreme Team or some car. He got the big LL, that's a big four finger. He got the big chains like I'm showed y'all I was wearing in the picture. But what I tell y'all, nothing but death comes with wearing that in the crack era, right? You're going to have to hold that down. They coming to get you. Everywhere you go, they coming to get that. And the rappers, when they were prime, they were food, meat. Every stick up kid, everybody, Grimy was like, if you could catch a rapper, you had a free meal ticket. It was not a game. It wasn't like today, right? So LL had it because he was like the first one, and I could give it to him. He used to wear it. I'm not taking nothing from him. He would put it on, but they was coming to get L at anywhere they seen him. So it was already known in the streets that, they would try to catch him out there and shoot him, try to kill him and stuff, take his car, take his chains, take whatever they can, right? And they had, all right, so I don't want to give that one away. So it was already known, right? So he had it rough. I had seen him one time, and I seen him look like some dudes was pressing him a little bit, and he had some dudes with him, and I remember seeing him. I was with my crew, and I'm looking, I'm like, L got it rough. I'm like, you need to take all that off. Meaning take all that stuff off, bro. You want to, you need to take all that off if you ain't whether, but I'll give him props where props do. He wasn't tucking it in. He wasn't taking it off. Facts. But so anyway, I get to the mall. I scour the parking lot. I go in, right? When I went past, I seen this car already. I'm like, oh, LL must be in the mall, right? That white Benz. So I find a parking spot for my Benz. I get out. I don't remember if I was by myself or with one of my boys. I don't remember that. I might have been by myself. I used to go a lot by myself. So I get out and I walk up and I go straight up that way because I want to look at LL's car. I want to look in it like I always do. I'm a car freak, lover, not freak, car lover. So I look at the Benz. I'm like, oh my goodness, this thing is laced. He had it laced. Looking all on the inside. So I go in the mall. The usual. I'm looking at the car, seeing goons looking. I turn around, I'm screwing like what? What? Y'all, you better be right. You better pull before I pull, right? And usually 9 times out of 10, it's the aura and the energy. They know, like, all right, he must be strapped. He got to be strapped because he got too much energy. Yup, I got way too much energy, and I'm about to pop y'all in a second. If you keep grilling, keep everything, because you ain't getting the jump on me, right? That's what I was living back then. I'm not promoting it. This was just what happened. So anyway, I go in the mall, right? And it's like girls everywhere. Like the mall, oh my goodness. You used to see, well, back in the day, Salt and Pepper and Sweet Tea and them, like all the rap superstars back then. But this story is a little, it's probably around that time, right? It's probably still around that time. But this is really, this 91, all right? So y'all would have to look when it was all out. So, and I know because my picture was starred, as I told y'all. So I go in as normal, all the girls all around, everybody looking, I'm walking in like, so I go in. So I go through the mall and I'm going to buy something, right? So I already know I'm probably going to buy some sneakers or something, whatever. So I go through the mall, I'm going through, and then all of a sudden to the left, you see a big crowd, girls running. I'm like, oh, LL he must be over there, right? So I'm like, I look, and it's a crowd. You can see him with his hat. He always wore a Kango and all that stuff, right? He had on his, whatever he had on his big chain or whatever, his, his ice and stuff, right? And I think he had like 2 or 3 dudes with him and stuff. And all the girls around, he's signing autographs. They all, I'm like, whatever. So back then, when you would see, if you were the type that was wearing all that and wearing that, when you would see someone that's wearing that type stuff or got those big cars, you would recognize, okay, he getting money, right? Like, because it was, to show that you get money back then meant, he got to be holding it down somehow, right? So, he seen me, and I seen him, you do that little nod. I'm like, you know what I mean? Because you can see, like, yeah. And I'm looking at him like, I was looking at him like, I hope you strap and I hope you ready to pull it, because they gonna like, it's just what it was, guys. I'm looking at him like, bro, I hope you bust your gun, because you way too heavy and you got that big white Benz outside. I hope you ain't sleeping. You know, you sitting here signing autographs, girls all around, you know, and I already knew the stories, but they've been trying to get him in Brooklyn, trying to get him in the Bronx, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, you know, I did like this, kept it moving. I'm like, boy, I hope you holding it down. So I go in the mall, I get what I'm whatever, it was a quick one. I was just there to grab something. I get it, and then I turn around, come back out, all like 20 minutes, wasn't even that long, 20 minutes. So I come back out, the same door. So I come out the same door, and when I get to go to the door, the glass doors, there's glass doors, some people started running in, right? So they running in, and I'm like, okay, so right. So immediately I'm like, okay, it's going down, right? So I grab my gun, I put my hand on my gun, right? So I walk to the door, and I go and I look through the glass, right? Because I ain't just about to walk into nothing. I look through the glass and I see, and I'm like, oh, that's LL. So I'm like, oh, I need to see this. I'm like, I gotta see this. Y'all know nosy black people. I open that door because everybody running in, right? They running in, right? So I said, oh, they got it. I open that door. Yeah, ladies love. They did love some Cool James too. L was fly back then, right? So I open that door, and they right at his car. And his car, if those who know Green Acres Mall, it was the side that's facing Bronx Barbecue and the Sunrise, that side, right there, those doors. And his car was parked on the first row, right there. So as soon as you open the door, it's the street, it's the sidewalk, and then the street, and then the car. His car right there. So he right in. So the people are running in, and they're like, you know, and then the people are running. Once they start running in, and, you know, they saying, oh, they got LL, they got LL. Then everybody's running to the glass doors to see, right? They want to. So I'm going outside because I want to see. I want to see firsthand, right? So I'm like, I open the door and I get out there, and it's I don't know who it was. They was either from Queens, probably Queens, Brooklyn, but it's a crew. Probably it could have been the 18. I don't know who it was, but it was about 7 of them, right? And I get outside, open the door, and when I open the door, 2 of them turned, and they like this, and when they turned, they looked at me, and I did like this, right? I did like this, and they looked at me, and they just like, and they turned back around. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, I just want to see. Honestly, I just want to see, right? That's what I was there for, right? So they turned back around, and then they like, so now they got LL. He at his Benz. They got LL. I felt bad. You know what I mean? Because they got LL, and one of them, they got him hemmed up. When L he wasn't that small. He wasn't big. This was when he was young, right? They got him hemmed up, and one of them because he had like I think a MCM jacket on. He had something on. One of them got him hemmed up by his neck, and they got the gun to his ear, like to his ear temple thing. And they got him hemmed up like this with the gun to his head. The other one got a gun to him right here, and the other one is going through his pockets, right? Going through his stuff. So I'm like, yo, and L's like, yo, man, just take what you want. Just take it. Just take what you want. They're like, shut the F up. Shut the F up. Don't make this a homicide. Don't make this a homicide. Rappers, you think y'all could wear this? Y'all know you think this is sweet? Y'all think it's sweet? You think y'all could wear this? He like, just take what you got. So the other one like, shut up. So they go in his pocket. They taking money out of his pocket. Right? He had a lot of money in his pocket. He took the money out of his pocket because there was no credit cards and stuff like that back then. Right? Took the money out of his pocket. So other people come out. Like those who got enough heart, they came out to watch. So we all standing at the door of the mall, the glass door, and we just watching the doggone show. So they like, yo, man, just take it. Like, shut up. So they take his watch off his off his thing. They're like, oh, give me those rings. So now he had rings on this hand. So they taking each ring, And I'm like, my goodness, they got L. So the other dude like, where's the car keys? Where the car keys? I'm like, no, not the car. Yo, I feel for the car. Y'all know me, I'm a car lover. I'm like, not the car. I'm like, no, L. But you know, he a rapper, so I'm not, you know, I forget in rappers, that's free money. For those who was getting in the streets, it ain't free money. You know what I mean? You risk your life for that money. That's blood money. That's why I used to call it blood money, right? Because you can go to jail for life and stick up kids coming to kill you at any time for that money to have those cars. But the rappers, they got free money, right? Because they rapping, you know, they got a record. That's free money to us. Ain't no blood, sweat, and tears for that, right? So I'm like, not the car. Yo, I wanted to help. I'm like, don't take the car, man. Like, they was like, oh, we taking that. So LL even said the same thing. So they got him, right? So now they taking off his coat, right? And they got him all hemmed up. They're like, they're not just robbing him. They like trying to humiliate him. They like jealous. You know what I mean? They're like, you know, the street stick up kids and robbers, they didn't like the rappers back then. I want you to understand. This was the early 90s, real early, into the 80s, the crack era. The gangster thugs in the streets didn't like the rappers because the rappers, all the girls, they became celebrities all of a sudden. So all the girls wanted them. They got all this money, free money. But when in the 80s, you had to hold it down. Let me explain. You couldn't wear the stuff if you wasn't official. You had to prove, because they coming for you all the time. So if you got it on, that means you holding it down, and that don't mean they still ain't gonna try you, right? You're gonna get tried. So the rappers, it was like a free pass, it was like fake thug stuff, like fake stuff. So the streets hated them. I mean, hated them. They would get stuck up and robbed at any time. They was food for every gangster and thug. Every gangster and thug, a rapper was food. You understand? Because they coming for the gangsters. They coming for the ones with the wells on, like I used to have. So, you know, you're gonna get a shootout. But the rappers, they running around here wearing all that stuff like it's sweet. That type of thing. So they had it in for them. So when they was robbing LL, they was like humiliating him. You know what I mean? I didn't like that because, you know, I always had a good heart. I didn't like that. I didn't, you know, just take his stuff. But they was like, yeah, LL, you know, you think ladies, man, shut up. And he was like, yo, just take the stuff, bro. Just shut up before we pistol whip you. Shut up he like, you know, and they was like grabbing him up. So, you know, they know all the girls was looking out the glass doors and they knew. So, guys didn't like when we talked about LL. Oh no, they hated LL. He was the heartthrob back then. So, you know, the guys, and then he was wearing all this stuff. He had it bad, really bad. LL. But again, I'm gonna give him props. He went everywhere and he still kept doing it too. I'll give him that. I definitely give him that. That boy had heart because he sure enough didn't go into high. He sure enough still was wearing his stuff and they was, you know, catching him out there every now and then. I'm just glad he made it alive through it, right? So anyway, so they humiliating him, right? Spitting all in his face, talking all in his face and all that, right? And he like, man, so then the dude said, where the keys? Where the keys? And LL was like, no, yo, don't take my car. I'm like, not the car. He like, give me the keys. So he like, I know you got something in there. He like, no, ain't nothing in there. Don't. So they got the keys. So they open up the bins, right? And I'm like, oh my goodness. So they open up the bins. I go in the street, right? I go to the sides. Now I'm away from them because I ain't trying to get in their jukes, right? You don't want to get, you know, they mess around, shoot me or something, right? I got to try to shoot back or something, right? So I ain't trying to get too close, right? I'm just, they know everybody being nosy, right? And they know, they could tell that I'm not scared and I got on wells and I already, you know, had a little standoff. So they were like, oh, he just want to see. He see we getting LL, right? He want to observe the jokes, right? So that's what it was. Real, you know, real that tech real. It just is what it is, right? So I'm in the street now. I'm to the side because he got the keys and he opened the door and opened the passenger door. So we got the white interior and everything. And I want to look in the car, right? Because I was trying to look in the car. I was trying to look at the car, but it's tents, right? So I couldn't really see from when I first went in the mall. The tents was so dark, so I couldn't really see in the car. So then, hopefully I'm not peeking. Let me see. Because I was peeking on the last story with Crazy Dave. I got to make sure I'm not peeking. Yeah. Let me turn it down a little bit. I don't want to be peeking. I don't want to mess up my audio, because if I yell and get loud, all right, because I get excited and I get excited and start yelling. All right, that's down low enough. So I know I won't peak now. So hold on, let me come back so I can see y'all. So there we go. So let me close that. Give me 1 second. Close. All right, there we go. So I'm like, I want to see in the car because I've been trying to see in the car anyway. So I'm stupid because I love cars so much that I want to look in the car, and I'm actually risking my life because they could have just shot me. You know what I mean? It's just stupid stuff. I was stupid back then, just young and crazy. That's when you're young. The younger you are, the stupider you are, crazy you are. You don't have a barometer of life and danger, honestly, for the most part. So they open the car door, so I go in the street. I come off the sidewalk and go to the side, and I'm like this, and the other dude look, he like, this dude, boy, and I'm like, I just want to look in the car, man. He like, this dude, like, he a pass. So I'm looking all in the car. I'm like, oh my God, he got the pipes on the seats. Cause I'm trying to look for the seat work, the work on the car. How his piping is done on the seats, and So I'm like, ooh, that thing is crispy. So they all in the glove compartment. They looking for stuff. So then he like, yo, ain't nothing in there, man. Y'all got everything. So they took his watch. They took all his rings off. They took his chains. So I think he had one big one or two big ones or something off. They took all that. They took the money out of his pockets. They took his coat off, right? Because I think he had an MCM coat or something. I think it was an MCM coat. They took his coat off. So now he had to like, you got everything. And they was like, he's like, don't take the car, man. It was like, nah, we taking the car. So I'm like, oh my goodness, bro, they about to get his car. So then the main dude who had him hemmed up, he was all in his, you could tell he was really jealous of him. He was all in his face. You rappers, you think it's sweet? Mother effer, you think it's sweet? You can't walk around out here like that. He said, matter of fact, give me this hat. And he took his hat off. Now, for those who don't know, LL, that hat he got on his head, he had that on there for a reason. His head was a little messed up, right? His head, I don't want to disrespect L. L. I like L. L's official. What I seen and what I know he did after that, L's official. All right. I seen other people turn to little girls in these situations, but L held it down. His head was a little deformed, right? So, he's a pretty boy, but he take that hat off, he looked crazy. He kind of looked like an alien a little bit. I think he got it fixed too a little bit, because the hat didn't come off until he became a TV star, movie star, when the hat first came off. But everybody in the streets knew about it because the people from Queens, from farmers and stuff who went to high school and stuff, they talked about it. That's why he don't take the hat off. So the reason why he always had his hat on is because his head was messed up. So it was a thing. It was a thing in the streets that the thugs and gangsters wanted to take his hat off. That was a thing. That's crazy. But through Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, I don't know if it was on Strong Island and Staten Island, but I know Brooklyn. I could speak for Brooklyn. I don't even want to speak for the Bronx and Queens and Harlem, but I'm speaking for Brooklyn. I know in Brooklyn, it was a thing that like, who can catch LL to take that hat off and like embarrass him in front of the crowd. So like if he was performing at a club or something, he used to have to go right and heavy because he would have thugs out there waiting to rob him too, but it became a thing of who can take his hat off and embarrass him. Yeah. And yeah, he is definitely hot for, because he got it fixed, right? He got it fixed. And there's an old picture where you can see a little, he looked crazy too. It looked crazy of his head. So so there was a thing that, and it was a big thing where it was known in the streets, and that whoever could catch him out there and get the hat and take his hat off and embarrass him. So the main dude who was in his face, and I didn't know they was gonna do. I wasn't even thinking of the hat. I'm too busy looking at the cars and stuff, right? I'm too busy looking at the cars and stuff, and worrying about what's going on. And then he was like, matter of fact, give me this mother effing hat. And he snatched the hat off. And everybody, even me, I was like, like it was crazy, guy. It was like a big, I was like, and he looked crazy too. He had that, no disrespect to L. Shout out to LL, a rap legend. Shout out to LL, official. Sorry, bro. Sorry, L. I'm not disrespecting you. It's just what it was. We just tell the truth, right? Testimony TV. He looked crazy. It looked crazy. I was like, no wonder. I'm like, bro, put the hat back on. It was one of those moments. Give him back the hat, bro. Have mercy. Take the car. Take the jewels. Take the coat. But leave the hat, my dude. Please get that boy back his hat. That was not okay. And when they took the hat off, LL's, you can tell that hurt him more than anything. You know how you could tell when someone when it hurt their heart, like it just sunk. Like the robbery, it was all good, but when they snatched the hat off, they said, "Give me that for that." Snatched it off, and they're like, "Oh!" And they started like cracking on him, and he just like. And then you see everybody at the glass doors, all the girls looking out the doors and the people outside, and everybody like, because everybody wanted to see the hat off. Okay? I'm talking about, it was like a big thing in the streets. Everybody wanted to see LL with that hat off. And when they took that thing off, I was like, oh man, bro. And L just sunk. He just like, I was like, dang. Bro, that's not cool. I wanted to help him, bro, but you can't start. Ain't what I'm gonna do. Get myself shot. Those thugs, they are, right? So I'm like, that was bad, guys. So then they was dissing him, ridicule. Oh, you ain't the ladies' man now. Look at this nigga look like Alf the alien or something. I don't know if Alf, that TV show, was out back then, but he's saying something. They was dissing him and everything, and he just sat there. They had the gun all in, he was just sat there. So they took everything, and then they were like, all right, let's go. You know what I mean? You get in the car. And then, so by the time the dude went around to go get in the car, the security came out of the mall, and some of the security guards, they ran out, and they was like, yeah, good. Alf was out then. Thank you, Shakita. Yeah, they said he looked like Alf the alien. That was a little TV show we used to watch, guys. Alf, it was a puppet. He was supposed to be an alien from Mars, right? Alf was funny. I used to like Alf when I was little. ALF. Yeah, and dinosaurs. Oh, dinosaurs, my favorite. Not the mama. Not the mama. That's my joint. So anyway, so the security came out, and it was like, the police is on their way. So then the dude, the main dude, they was like, nah, leave the car. Let's go, leave the car. And the dude was like, nah, hell no, we taking this. They was like, the police coming, leave the car. And he got out and they just took off. And they just ran through the parking lot. So I don't know where they parked, right? So they just took off, running through the parking lot. And they took off. And I guess their car was back there somewhere and whatever. And they took off, they ran off, and then L was like, he just turned. I mean, his coat was off. They took all his stuff. His hat was gone. He looked. I looked at him. It was sad, guys. I was sitting there. Arlene said, yes, I love that. Not my mama, too. That's my sister. Shout out to Arlene in the building. Yeah, not my mama was my favorite part. Not the mama. That was my favorite part. And the dinosaurs, the little baby dinosaur. Then it was so sad. It was like, you know how You know how you make a movie and you like cue the sad music, right? Cue the sad song. It was like everybody was just like, everybody was quiet, everybody's mouth is open, and he's sitting there and he just turned and he closed his passenger door. And he went around the car and he just got in the car, started it up, and he just pulled off. And I'm like, dang, bro. Dang, LL. It was so sad, bro. Everybody was quiet. It wasn't like people was yanking on him, laughing at him. It was the hat. It was when they took the hat off, it was so embarrassing that it made everybody feel sad for him. It was not okay. Even to this day, I'm sorry, that wasn't cool, right? That wasn't cool. And so that was it. They everybody was out there, now the crowd was out there. He pulled off. Then I was like, all right, I'm out. I started walking, all of a sudden you hear police sirens coming and everything. I went and I left, right? So that was that story. Then later, I seen him again, and he was outside. That gave me mad respect for him. That when I seen him again, he was back with jewels on, had his car, because I think he had a truck too. I think this before he had that Jeep, because he had that Benz. This was young LL. And I seen him again somewhere, I think in Jamaica Avenue, somewhere in Queens or something. And he was holding again and just being him. He was LL. He didn't let it shook him. He just continued. And yeah, I gained a lot of respect for him, how he handled it afterwards. That, he still kept wearing his stuff and just still kept being LL. All right. So now that was the first part of this LL story. Now, a second personal story. So where I left off the last story, when I was Crazy Dave, Farmers Boulevard. LL lived right up the street, just so y'all know. So the story from that I told last week with Crazy Dave, I lived right up the street from LL. He lived at the other end of Farmers. I got an apartment down there with Jody. Jody, who here, I don't know if she's still here, but her cousin, Corey, the one from Hawaii, on my channel, my Hawaiian, when I went to Hawaii, that story. So when me and Corey, when she came back from Hawaii, when we came back, the first spot we got was on that side of Farmers Boulevard. We got a spot down there where LL was from, but by then he wasn't living there no more. He's a superstar, because this was like 2006, what I'm talking about. So anyway, so I lived down there too, on that part of Farmers where LL was at. But at this part, I'm at the other end. I'm at Farmers in Linden Boulevard. So this is a story with Crazy Dave. So in the story last week with Crazy Dave, I told y'all, I said I had just got fired from Newsday, me and Darrell X. We just got fired, right? So I started hustling again. And remember I told you Pretty Born was he was selling weight. So I had to wait already. So remember I told y'all the story how I started hustling again, and now I couldn't make money at first, not promoting it. And then I stayed out there and they had 5 for 10, 5 dimes for $10, which is insane, right? And then I kept staying out there in the cold and the rain. And then I built myself back up, right? So I told that story, right? So hold on, let me see, where am I at? I'm full. Oh, it's LL still on. So let me leave it. I can leave LL up there. That's pretty kind of dope. I might do him this way from now on. It's pretty dope. All right. So I went back hustling, right? So now this is another story with LL. So I went back hustling, and now I was out there. Then I stayed out there in the rain, the snow, and all that, and I built my clientele. So then I started to make money, right? Now I'm making money. Now I'm growing, right? So I'm starting to make a lot of money. I'm starting to reestablish myself back on the block again, right? So now I'm gonna fast forward a little. I'm because this is so now that was 91, now it's 92, 1992, right? What I'm telling. So that story where they robbed LL at Sunrise, that was 1991. Now the story I'm telling is 1992. So now I'm out there and I'm getting it to the point where now I made my own block. So everybody was on South Franklin and they was on the corner of Maple. So I switched and went to Elm Street, the next street up, for my projects. And that's, if you go to my stories, that the story, they almost caught me at the phone booth. The first stories on this channel, excuse the curses, I didn't have that under control. Because when I used to enter these stories, I used to revisit the place mentally, spiritually, and start saying the words I used to say back then. So anyway, I'm back out there, and I blew my block up to the point where, and I did time for it, right? So it's no open crimes or nothing. So I did my time in jail for it. So I blew the block up and I'm doing my thing. So it's like it's a drug block now, right? And I was come out from 12 at night to 6 in the morning, right? And that was it. I had my crew, everything set up, all black everything, breakdown bikes. I told you I was living in Queens. That's why I was living on Farmers right there. Now, so I'm doing my thing, right? I'm blowing the block up. Like I don't want to tell how much I'm making because I don't need no, I'm making crack era money. All right. I'm making rich people money. Right. I'm doing my thing. Right. So I'm out there. That's the story on this channel when I was shooting out the street lights. Right. Night street lights. That story. So when they came, because I wanted my block to be dark. So Lilco, Long Island Lighting Company, I would shoot out the street lights on the street so that the whole street could be pitch black. Because it was murder one back there. It was stick up season, killer be killed, crack era at its fullness, stick up kids coming. I'm shooting out with them every night, right? Every night, shooting out. I said in those stories, at that time they was robbing you and they was shooting you, right? Ty Fields, he know what I'm talking about because they shot Ty Fields. They shot a couple of them over at the shacks, right? They would rob you, take your stuff, and then they would lay everybody down. They would catch y'all out there, coming up with Tech 9s and Uzis. Uzi submachine guns was really the thing back then, Uzis. And they was and they catch y'all and they make everybody lay down. They robbing everybody. And then after they would take everybody drugs and everybody money, whoever got something or whatever you got, then they would just shoot everybody. Boop, 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 boop. That was crazy. They would shoot everybody. So that drove me crazy, meaning it wasn't like you get caught out there and they're just going to rob you. They're going to take what you got, but then they're going to still shoot you. And as I said, I think it must have been something personal. Okay. So I'm like, Shakita said he had to hit Jamaica Avenue again and get a new hat. Facts. He probably had a whole collection at the house. Right. So yeah, welcome to the neighborhood, Crazy Dave. So they out there shooting, right? And Ty Fields, I'm going to have Ty tell that story one time on here, if he'd be my guest on here to tell his story of this time I'm talking about. So because of it, I'm having shootouts with them all the time, every night. Like they come, I'm like, you ain't, this Parkside, it was me, I was at war with them. Everybody who was there, they know what I'm talking about. And it made me go crazy. Like I was shooting the gun so much. That's why I said, that's why Chicago is so, I know what mind frame they got. When you shoot your gun that much all the time, you become crazy. Like a spirit takes over you where you just become trigger happy. Like literally you'll shoot anything. Like you don't care. It's like you go crazy. That was the only time, I think that was my craziest time I ever was in my life because I was having shootouts every night. Every night they was coming to shoot me and I was shooting them and shooting at them and they catching me and I'm shooting and running bullets and so I'm crazy. I'm just shooting every night, every day, like gung-ho nuts. And anything at that time, like anything that come on Parkside, that if I don't know you and you don't know who you are, you getting laid down. It's getting that 92. Anybody if I'm lying, then come on here and show me I'm lying. Facts. And I got receipts. Ask Bosconi, Father Boob's older brother. Go find those from him, those from Strong at Hempstead. Go find Bosconi. I think he's still alive. Father Boob, older brother. Go find Leon Watts. Go find Mike. Go find Pooch. Sister Brown house. They still alive. Ask them. I don't know if Crazy Michelle's still out there. Ask any of the fiends. Ask what's his name? Marky D. He's seen the thing with me and Pudge. All right? Facts. Bam Bam Pudge. I don't care the Debos. Now I'm gonna talk this truth to power. Now you know me, I never talk like I was no tough guy, none of that, because I wasn't. But I know in '92 I was crazy. I can give you that one. That's when I was out of my mind. And anything that wasn't official stamp Parkside or I ain't know you was not coming over there. Because they was killing, they was shooting my people. They was shooting. I went crazy. I was chasing cars. We was having shootout. Boy, y'all know. Y'all go back in the early stories. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So anyway, now I'm setting the stage because I want y'all to know the mind frame. So I'm at my crazy now. I'm shooting out the street. I want it pitch black. That's because when the stick-up kids come, I'm making it, okay, so the reason why I was shooting out the street like guys, because I wanted it pitch black, so when the stick-up kids come, they off kilter. You see? I can get the drop. So when they pull up with these cars, they pull up, it's dark, and I'm in the bushes, we in all black, and I'm like, everybody, and I could catch the drop on them. It was a freaking war game. It was a video game, bro. LL knowing that's the story when LL, Jamel Henderson came up the street in the fog. Yo, Rod, he had the big stick. And he's like, yo, it's money everywhere. Because no disrespect, but a lot of people was like, man, I'm good. They weren't trying to be outside because it was too much. Stick-up kids was shooting everything. So I was going to war with them, okay? I was at war, and I was psycho at that point. Did my time for it. So now at that same time that I'm out there, Unique ain't even here. He told me to tell this story last week. I'm telling him he ain't even here, but he'll watch it on the replay. At the same time that I'm telling this story, right? We started rapping again. My rap group, the Nasty 4MCs, one of the most famous rap groups, right? From the beginning of hip hop. We started rapping again and we were good. It was me, Raheem, Unique, and Dow Lex. Dow, the one who me and him was working at the Newsday. We got fired fighting those Haitians, fighting those Haitians in Newsday newspaper, right? So now we were rapping again, right? And we were good. We had got back good. Make four MCs sound like one, okay? We was the Nasty 4MCs. So we was getting a record deal, okay? Now, I'm gonna set the stage. LL Cool J. Now this is later. This is actually like a year later after I saw him get robbed at the Sunrise, okay? A year later, we trying to get a record deal, right? And let me see how I'm gonna set it. Let me set the stage this way. All right, I can say this part. So we trying to get a record deal. I wish Unique was here because he could fill in the, that's what you get, Unique. You tell me to tell a story, then he ain't even here because he could fill in the gaps. Because, I got spotty memory for certain stuff, because I got so much stories so I don't remember who found out that they was doing okay, so LL Cool J started a record label called Rock the Bells, right? Rock the Bells, right? Because he had a song called Rock the Bells. And remember I told y'all last week the bells was crack. Remember I said I had the bells, right? Strongest crack was the bells. If I'm ding, ding, dong, you can ring my bell was a disco song back in the days, at the beginning of hip hop. And the crack, if you had the strongest crack, you got the bells, right? So LL had a song called Rock the Bells, and then he started his record label called Rock the Bells. So Rock the Bells, when it was trying to sign a rap group, they wanted to give someone a record deal. He's trying to find, so I don't know who found out or how they found out, but they was like, I don't know, maybe Unique, somehow, I wish he was here, but they was like, LL is signing, Rock the Bells is trying to sign. So we was trying to get a record deal with Rock the Bells, right? So we hold on, let me do this correctly. This one. Present, share screen. Where you at? There we go. Share. Okay. So let me make it full screen. Up. Let me take me off this thing so I can make it and go back to the regular. Yeah, that's good. I can leave me down in the corner. That's all right. So, all right, now I'll make this smaller. So, just to bring the receipt for new people who don't know what we're talking about. Where am I at? Play. And then it led into the story of the fabulous Nasty 4 MCs, which was my crew. Yeah, them guys. I'm from the Nasty 4. That's all we did was shows. We the greatest show performers since Cold Quest 4. We are the best. All right? See this picture right here? This is Nasty 4. That's us on stage. That's me. This is way back, beginning of hip hop. This is before all that, before Biz, before everybody. This is before your rapper. This is people coming to see us. Thousands of people on stage coming to see us all the time. This is why we're legends in New York. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So that right there, that's an old flyer. It says 1984. Okay? Now we talking hip hop history. Roller Castle, Queens, Strong Island, Roller Rink, Notorious. MC Flavor. That's Flavor Flav before he was Flavor Flav. This before Public Enemy. Down here, it says Chucky D. Look, it says plus the music of Spectrum, Wizard KG, Butch Cassidy, and Chucky D. That's Chuck D from Public Enemy. Look how small his name is. You understand? Concept Crew, that's Dr. Dre before Ed Lover, before Yo MTV Raps, the fat one, Dr. Dre and them. And look, it says, and starring the Nasty 4. Right? Starring. Just so y'all know. Right? Just a receipt. Y'all know we bring receipts here. So this is 1984. You heard? We talking real beginning of hip hop. This was crack first release, okay? So it's just a receipt, all right? Just when bringing receipts. So I'd like to introduce to you tonight. All right, that's one of the late routines we had. Way advanced. People used to say that like, all right, that's enough for the receipt. All right, so that's the Nasty 4, all right? I don't gotta, that's from my documentary, my movie, right? So that's me doing one of our old routines, right? This one. Hold on, this I could do this. This is one of our old routines. Let me see. I could play it from here. Not for all the ladies who wanna follow our style. You wanna climb up stage and try to hot fuck. Not that one. That's when we bow leaves. Now everybody wanna party with a Nasty 4. We know this. It's a fat jack that will jack your try into the world. So that's all 4 of us at one time singing this. Now everybody wanna party with the Nasty 4. We know this. Off the beat that's playing. We're going to show this in the street just how to jack a rapper's track, and then you can't think about it no more. We don't care if it's 5 or 4 MC. You can't F with the Nasty 4. Now we are strictly on the hip hop groove, and nobody better not touch me. Whether you do or you don't, take it personal. We don't really give a FC. We've been spreading rap fears for so many years that you can't think about it no more. You want it, you can't F with the Nasty 4. Now give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. Ease up, Nasty 4, don't hurt him. Give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. Ease up, Nasty 4, don't hurt him. Give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. Ease up, Nasty. So that was one of our songs back then, this early hip-hop. And this was another one of our songs back then, early hip-hop. But this was before, so we had this song before I Got 5 on it. Where is it? Oh, maybe hold on. I mean, the creativity, hip hop wasn't built by Suzuki. So this was one other one. It's Nasty 4 MC. Just a little introduction. Introduce we're legends in New York. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce to you tonight a group all the way from New York City, the Nasty 4 MCs. We call them the Fabulous Nasty 4 MCs, ladies and gentlemen. They come to bring you a new song tonight. It's called Attention Ladies. Listen up, ladies. Attention ladies, the public, our fans. I drive a Benz, Mercedes, sedans, 4-finger rings and shuttle by Suzuki. Upon our necks reflects Italian truck dookies. But wait, a pause for attention. A situation definitely for the mention. When we start rhyming the music, it ought to correspond to our mention of this falter. Okay. So let me stop sharing. So that was Attention Ladies. Now listen to that. So I said Attention Ladies. So all 4 of us should rhyme. And we used that beat before I got 5 on it. This is the 80. That's 85. Okay. That's why you treat me so bad. We killed it. So the song went Attention Ladies. So all 4 of us rap, right? We go one by one. So I go, attention ladies, the public. Unique went, attention ladies, the public, our fans. And then I said, I drive a Benz, Mercedes, sedans. And then I said, and Unique, Ryan said 4-finger rings and shuttles by Suzuki. Upon our necks, we flex Italian truck dookies. So you used to call a big rope chain a dookie chain, a dookie rope. That's what the big rope chains was called back in the 80s, dookie ropes. So again, this is 80s hip hop rap, a receipt. I just need to set, y'all know me, we about receipts. I need to set the stage for the story that I'm telling in the receipt, okay? So let me put LL back on the screen again, all right? So I just wanted to introduce y'all in this story to the Nasty 4 to understand the record deal. We was getting a record deal. We was one of the most famous rap groups in the history of hip hop from the beginning, from before rap records, with tapes and stuff, okay? So, so I had to set that stage so y'all can understand the fullness of it and understand. All right, so now, there we go. Now I got my setup back. So now, I I wanted to, just do the song so y'all can hear, like, okay, y'all, we was official, right? So in that song, we said, attention ladies. So we are attention ladies, the public, our fans. I drive a Benz, Mercedes, sedans. Someone else go 4-finger rings, and we all go in shuttles by Suzuki. So back then, a Suzuki shuttle was this little square. I put it in that video, square little Suzuki shuttle, right? Upon our necks, we flex Italian truck, big dookie ropes. But wait, a pause for attention. A situation, we all go, a situation definitely for the mention. And then we go one by one. So this is beginning of hip hop. Make 4 MCs sound like one. You heard? So that was the Nasty 4, right? So we come from the original hip hop. So at this time, in 92, when I was on my block, we had started rhyming again. I don't know when we started back again, because I had stopped from our record deal earlier. When I go back in these other stories, we got crazy stories, right? I stopped, and then I started hustling. Now I became like a street legend, right? For hustling, that gangster stuff. And I did my time for all that crimes back then. I did time, right? I served my sentence, and I do no crimes. So, and then hip hop started to blow up. Rakim started to come out, and Cool G rap and all that, and LL and hip, and it's like we were the legends, and now I'm in the streets and now all the power is shifting to the hip hop. They got the popularity and they getting the money, and right, they like starting to look like they're the ones, the gangsters or something, right? So somehow we started rapping again, right? And we came back, and then we you rusty. Let's say if you ain't played basketball in years, when you get back on the court, you hitting bricks for a couple of, if you get out there and start, practicing, you hitting bricks before you get back out there and get your dribble game going on, get your crossover, get your shot back on. Then give yourself 7 months of straight practice, you be back a beast, right? So it's the same thing with anything. So we start practicing. We practicing. All 4 of us. Next thing you know, we got back. We was like Michael Jordan. we back We back. We LeBron in the paint, right? We back. We back. We tight. I'm talking about we better than we was almost ever as we was. Okay? Right? I mean, we had this routine. Now there was 5 wrapping our bread and the littlest cupping. So we had this routine that we made. Okay, let me walk it down. So somehow one of us, somebody found out that LL Cool J is signing a record deal for Rock the Bells. He got a label, right? And it's out in the New York City. That, so I don't know who found out, but we went. I remember somebody was like, "Yo, wow, we got to go to the city. We got to go because LL Cool J is signing. We need to go. They holding an audition, right? So I guess they put out like over the radio or in the flyers, all in the malls and Albee Square Mall, Jamaica Mall, Fordham Road and stuff like, and all over the radio that Rock the Bells, LL Cool J is signing, trying to sign an artist, right? Sign artists to his label. He's starting a new rap record label, which is a smart business move, and he's signing artists, right? This is 1992. So, one of us, I don't know whoever found it, like, yo, we need to go. We got to go be in Manhattan to sign up for to try to perform to audition for the record label LL. So I'm like, all right, cool. So now this is when I got my block, 92. So at night I'm hustling on the block, right? Shooting up with the stick-up kids every night, going crazy. I was going crazy, right? I'm still me, but I was crazy. Gun toting crazy. I swear anything that I don't know that's coming on Parkside after 12 o'clock at night, you getting ran down on. I'm just what it was. If I don't know you, if we don't know you, if I don't know you, and like who that pooch, nobody know him, that's it. Y'all go, you getting ran down on. You getting ran, who you getting, cause they shooting, they killing people, right? It's on, it's a war, right? So war against my hood. So anything, right? And I was very popular, so I know people. Somebody from the Heights or everything, I know them. Oh, okay. But what you doing here? No, I'm selling, all right, but not just on this block. You can go over to the Shad, you go everywhere, but at 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., you ain't nobody selling nothing on Elm. Facts. If I'm lying, come see me. Facts, right now. We live on, you can come. I'll let you on the screen. Prove it to me. I ain't lying. Y'all know I'll tell the truth. I'll be transparent. I'll tell when I wasn't the toughest, but at that point, I was one of the craziest. I was nuts then. All right, so anyway, so I'm on the streets every night shooting out crazy, right? And so I still got that big Benz. This the same time with Ella. It's only like a year later or something. So they tell me we gotta, so when I would first come, because they want to practice for the rap group all the time, Unique in them. So they like, yo, Ra, come, they like, come, we got to practice. So I would go to Unique house. So I used to go to my block at 12 o'clock in the morning to open my block, when I used to sell these drugs. And I did my time for the crime that I did. This is the early 90s, 92. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not promoting it either. Just making sure, disclaimers. This is past life and I did time for these crimes that was committed. All right, and I'm not promoting it. So I would open up that block at 12 a.m. So I would like come to Long Island. I was living in Queens on Farmers. I would come to Long Island at like 9 p.m. And then we would practice in Unique House for about 3 hours, and then I would go and open up my block. Right, I would do it maybe 4 times a week, because we like, yo, Rob, we need to practice. So now, once the record deal, once it was like, yo, we gotta go to audition for the record deal. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like, so all right, we gotta practice. So we practicing and we got this routine. So me and Unique, we always wrote the routines. I always wrote all these songs that we made. Y'all hear this stuff later when I go back into the 80s and the 70s and hip hop. So we wrote this routine. Y'all know that that little children's fairy tale song there was five in the bed and they kicked the roll over, and there was four in the bed and the third. Y'all know that song, roll over. That little children's song, so I made a routine like that because that's what it was back then. It was kind of like you would catch the catchiest routine, and there's four of us, right? So yeah, it's called rollover. So I made a routine, and I can't remember where. I wish I had it written, but I could tell y'all a little of the routine. It was dope. So you would take these little nursery rhymes and songs or something, and then you put street, like you put some thug stuff in it, and it was hot, and it's all four of us. So we'd be making it sound like one, right? So we had the routine. This was a routine that we was gonna do for the audition for LL, for Rock the Bells. And I'm just a piece of it. It was like, so part of it was like, there was five in the bed, right? So I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna try to mimic the things so y'all can know what I'm saying. So I said, there was five in the bed, and the littlest Klephead said, roll over, roll over. They tried to take our bread instead. They caught the buck to their head and balled over and balled over. So I said there was five in the stead. I think I said five in the stead, himstead, and the littlest Klephead said. So a Klephead is a kleptomaniac, right? Not a kleptomaniac. What's that thing called? Yeah, I think it is a kleptomaniac. Guys, somebody, what's a kleptomaniac? Anyway, because I think that's actually a word. I can't remember the exact lyrics, but there was five in the bed, and the klepto was stealing. That's what I thought, Yakina. I knew if Yakina was here, he would tell me. It's so funny, Yakina. I was thinking. Now I know Nympho because LL Jamel Henderson, his rap name was Nymphomaniac. He was part of the Nasty Four later. Y'all learn that. LL from my first stories. So a kleptomaniac is stealing. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So there was five in the bed, and the littlest klepto said, roll over, roll over. So there was five in the stead. No, so there was five in the stead, and the littlest Klephead said, so there's a kleptomaniac, a booster kid. So boosters, guys, is what we would call people that used to steal back in the days. They would rob stores and bring it to the hood and sell boosters. So that's what that was, right? Yes, klepto. Thank you. So I said there was five in the stead, and the littlest Klephead said, roll over, roll over. Listen, they tried to take our bread, right? He tried to take our bread. He tried to take our money. Instead, he caught the buck to their head and balled over. So now I gave you that. I can't remember all because we kept going. It was crazy. So I can't remember it all, but I'm gonna give you some idea of how the routine was. So that part was going. So we said, so it'll be all of us. There was five in, all four of us saying there was five in the bread, and the littlest clip that sudden. Then I go roll over. Then we go. He tried to take our bread instead and caught the buck to the head. And we go, and someone go balled over. And I say, nah, if you come to the stead and you thinking that it's red. So now it's me. I go, now if you come to the stead and you need to go, and if you thinking that it's red, and Raheem go, and if you touch it to the head, and Dow go, and you get your father to the head, and you get your phone to the dead, and you run up to the dead, and your ass in the dead, catch a line to the head, and you wanna run up dead, and all over, like that. It was crazy. And we would practice so much that we were so tight. Like it's like one person and it sounds like we don't even need no editing and no equal, like our voices. It's like a group, right? You practice so much that you sound one, like one. Oh, that routine was crazy. Listen to this, Paul Bashala. Get your little fake butt out of here, clown. Idiot juice. Talking about fake story. See that? And you know what's funny, guys? That's why I put that's why I showed the receipts. For clown YouTubers like Paul Bashala, little suckers at home who don't even understand real where they see real. Don't buy Paul, don't get them out of here, Zayana. Don't take them out. Leave them here. They got the wrong one. They try to come. I'm the wrong person to try to troll. I troll the trolls. Paul, I know you home with your little, that you ain't got no story. You ain't lived no life. You ain't want to live this life, Paul. Roll over, Paul. You ain't want to live this. You understand? I'm telling these true stories that so these kids don't do it. This is, all right, let me, see, that's why, hold on, let me stop sharing. Watch this. Well, let's do this for Clown Paul. Paul the Clown. Present, share screen, right here. Gun cocked and loaded. Share. You see this, Paul, you clown? That's me in the 80s. You heard? Queen's Day, outside. Look at this, Paul. You see 3 beepers? You see all that on my neck? Paul the Clown? You heard? Look. You see that, Paul? This the 80s. Look, Paul, get your panties out your butt. Look, Paul, don't this hurt your heart? Nah, ain't nothing to glorify. This is outside, Paul. Okay? First 2 was with a couple of dudes. What are you even talking about? All right, so he's a clown. Anyway, so this is for others. This is why you see this, Paul? You see this MCM jacket? You see that big rope? You see that ring, that 3 finger? That's the 80s, Paul. Where was you at? In your dad's sperm sack? No disrespect to the youth. You weren't even born, Paul. Where was you at? Would you been outside wearing this? So I could tell a story of LL, and it ain't fake, Paul, you clown. Because I was driving the big 500, you heard? And then people here from New York, Paul, my Facebook people right here, they were there. You heard? They could tell their own stories, Paul, about me with my cars and my different things, living that life. So ain't nothing fake, sucker. So get your little clown butt out of here. Come here with respect. Take your shoes off in this house. This is the wrong YouTube channel. This ain't one of the fake ones. That's why I come with receipts. You heard? You better understand who you at and where you at. And I understand because YouTube is so full of fakes. So I get it, Paul. All right? He said it was with Big Chuck and out. What is he talking? All right, get Paul out of here. Paul been watching YouTube. Paul been watching a lot of YouTube, okay? Nothing wrong with that, Paul. I know you watch the stories of Rich Paul and Rich and Alpo and all that stuff. I get it. I understand that. But did you meet Rich and Alpo? You understand? Was you at Willie Burgers? Did you have a 3 series? Did you have the M3? I mean, did you have the 3 1/4, the M3 one with the kit? Did you have the Saab, the 911 with the BBS, right? Did you go to Dapper Dan? Did you have a Bells suit from Bells? Do you even know who Bells is? See, again, no disrespect. Now, if you was there, let me clear this up, Paul. I don't want you to get too much. I don't want to be, because you came disrespectful. Now, if you from my era, then you know you don't come to people with disrespect. You come first to find out where you at, right? So that's why you getting this smoke. You would have got that smoke in the street too. You get that smoke in real life, okay? All right, so you would have came with respect. I would have understood. You know what I mean? Now, if you were from that life and you did know them, then this picture that I got on the screen right there, you should be saying, okay, well, now I'll tell the story. I understand YouTube is full of fake. It's full of people just telling stories that they heard on the internet and they weren't there. You heard? You want to see something? Go to on my channel, Paul. I got a documentary of what's his name? Pappy Mason. Go watch that documentary. Okay? With Luke Steffens is in that story. Okay? So I was there. I met Fat Cat. Do you know what Queen's Gate is? Well, I don't know where you're from, so you might not even know. So it's if you're from Jamaica, Queens, from Supreme Team area, do you know what Queen's Gate is? If you know what that is, then you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, that's why I have receipts. So guys, now for everybody else who's seen, that's why it's like I'm not promoting my old pictures and stuff, but you got to show, because people think, they're like, yo, he was this clown. He's fake stories. Wrong channel, Paul. Ain't nothing fake here. You heard? You'd have got clapped running up on me when I was wearing this in the 80s, talking about some fake story, and I was getting them out of my big 500 SEL. You heard? All right, now enough of that. Let me get back to the story. All right, I got these images on cock, palm cock, on deck. All right, that's why I put them up. All right, so now, all right, let me leave this one on cock. I'm gonna take this down. Let me put LL back up here so I can get back to the story. We got a rap deal with LL Cool J, Paul. Ain't nothing fake about that, bro. You better recognize, you better understand. You better find out where you are. Take your shoes off, Paul. It's respect. I respect. I'll show you all the respect and love. Now, that's another thing, Paul. If you know some of the true legends from the dark legends, because any legendary stuff I got is dark back then. Now I'm being a legend of light, Paul. Oh, I'm a man of the Most High now. So my legend that I'm building on myself now is a legend of light. It's real legendary, a positive. I'm a man of the Most High, so I'm not going to disrespect you or anything, Paul, but you came in disrespecting. So now that you've seen that picture, you seen me at Queen's Day in the 80s, okay? That you when nobody was wearing that, okay? This is Queen's Day, Paul. Look. Look, that's the 80s. Look at that cop. Look at the old New York uniform. I don't even know if you was alive back then or what. Or if you was, you already know. This Queen's Day. You see the big globe, flesh and metal. And you see what I got on. So that should be enough for you to know ain't nothing fake. Nothing fake. All right? So I could tell, if I was doing this, I could tell an LL story because I was there when the rappers didn't. You understand? All right. Oh. Let me come back. Thank you, Abba, yeah. She said, oh, we don't see nothing. Oh, let me do this for Paul, and then we got to move on. All right. So, Paul, hold on. It got to, there we go. That's Queen's Day, Paul. You see that cop back there, Paul? That's an old New York City cop, the old uniform, right? You see the big globe behind me? That's Flesh and Metal Park, Queen's Day. Brooklyn, this the 90, I think it's 92 because the Patrick Ewing's was fresh. Brand new Patrick Ewing's on. 3 beepers and all these wells on and it's a big Nefertiti head right here too, just so you know. Hanging, you just can't see it from the white of the shirt. Okay? 2 big ropes and a big Gucci link. You heard? With the globe. This is outside. All right. So that's enough. I ain't got to show no more receipts. We get another troll. Maybe I just have to show him again. But that's the whole point. But I understand. So I totally get it, Paul. I totally understand. YouTube is so watered down. I wouldn't want to listen to a fake story either and sit there and got somebody telling some lies and stories. Lies, right? So I get it. You came in, you're like, man, shut up. You tell me you're telling lies, right? But no, Paul, I'm not telling no lie. Okay. Another way that you could tell, Paul, is every time I keep saying I did time for the crimes I committed. You understand? I understand. So ain't no lies here. All right. So now let me stop sharing that. All right. So now let's get back to the story, guys. Sorry. But commercial break. Shout out to Paul out there, wherever you from. Shout out to Paul. All right. So present again. I don't mean no disrespect, Paul. You just came disrespectful, brother. And we don't. If you think I was from the 80s and we don't do disrespect. That's it. That's what we don't do. We couldn't. I would be dead if I did disrespect coming from the 80s, what I just showed you, right? So, all right. So much love to you, Paul. Hopefully you can enjoy the channel now. If you're not too offended, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you, but you came to disrespect me. So no disrespect. I apologize. I do apologize. All right. So shout out to Paul, wherever you from. You know what I mean? Wherever you from, shout out to you, my dude. All right? Shout out to you, King. All right? No disrespect. I'm being real. It's just you came wrong. Come on, Paul. You know that. If you from my era, if you come wrong, you can get shot, right? You get clapped. So that was verbal clap. I can't see. That's the internet. I can't do anything, right? You ain't in front of my face. But praise y'all, I won't. The Most High. I'm a new man, Paul. I wouldn't even try to do nothing if you was in my face. I have to allow people. What the scriptures say, turn the other cheek. Like understand, I ain't but trying to go back to no jail. You understand, Paul? I got a second chance in my life, Paul. They gave me 25, and the Most High gave me a second chance, and so now I teach the word of the Most High. So I ain't trying to harm a grape. I ain't trying to harm nothing, Paul. I ain't trying to be nothing. Ain't trying to be nothing. Ain't trying to cause nothing. Ain't trying to start nothing. I'm just telling my testimony for the things that gave me this 25. All right. So Shout out to you, Paul. No, just hopefully, Zayana, you didn't remove him from the thing. All right, Paul, and I understand, Paul, because there's so much fake stuff on YouTube. All right, so let's get back to the story, guys, because I need to wrap up in a minute. I need to end this because I got to do some trading to do. Paul, it's a bull market in cryptocurrency, Paul. I hope you're getting some of this digital currency money, Paul. I got some stuff coming, Paul. I'm going to teach you how to trade digital currency, my brothers and sisters. It's a bull market, bro. They making money. These young white people making thousands and millions of dollars every day, Paul. So I'm trying to get this. I'm doing the real, Paul. So I got to end this. I need to end this story tonight, Paul. Right, nice notice. So I can get the I get to trade in this cryptocurrency. Right, I'm trying to build because we building our portfolio right now. All right. So oh, okay. Yakna said I stopped him from commenting for 30 minutes. If he's still here, he'll be able to come. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. So what I gotta do, guys, I gotta let y'all know. Just don't. All right. So Yahakanan and Zayana, y'all my two not moderators. Whenever someone come a troll, let me handle them first. All right. Even on our ministry channel, let me handle them first, because you know I handle these shows, right? Let me have some fun at first. It's not fun. I take that back. But let me handle them first, right? The bad hunk. I'm just, you gotta check yourself. So, and then I'm gonna tell y'all when it's time for them to go. So I need to make that clear, because I got to give them time. You know what I mean? Because, I understand people come with, they get triggered, like on our ministry. Like we got the video about showing the black kings and queens of Europe when the Dark Ages, and some brother coming there talking about, you black people wasn't nothing but slaves. Y'all don't got no history. Y'all slaves. So they come triggered. You know what I mean? So, but the problem is I can handle that, right? I'm like a comedian with a heckler. You don't want to heckle. I don't know. I'm good. My tongue is a sword, right? I was good like that in the streets. I shoot you down with the gun and knife, or with the tongue. My tongue was horrible, bro. I could rip your whole life out I'll rip your soul out your body. You'd be like, you ready to shoot me after I finish with you with the tongue, right? So, so people come triggered. So y'all just let me handle them, and then if they still, like, once they find out where they at, right? Because first of all, people got to find out where they at to understand this is a house of respect. Take your shoes off, right? It's a house of respect. We get love and everything. Ain't no disrespect here. Everybody in the comments will love on you and be welcome you and all that, right? So, but once they find that out and and then they still want to be this, then I'll tell you, all right, they got to go now. Bye. Right? So anyway, let me get back to the story, because I got to close this one down. I can't go long tonight. I got to get to trading, and I got to prepare for the ministry tomorrow, because I got the series. I'm going back with the Black Kings. I got a lot to do. So I need to get started early. Otherwise, I'll be up all night preparing for the ministry tomorrow. I got a lot to bring out tomorrow. It's going to be dope. Mashiach Assembly Ministries, Uncle Yahshuah on YouTube. Come find that part. That's where it's at, Paul. Teach us who we are, history. Forget all this. This is just street thug history. It's the stuff that got me life in jail, Paul. Now, the stuff that got me in the man of the Most High. So anyway, let's finish this story. LL Cool J. So I gave y'all the nasty four, right? Where was I at? I was like, so we would go practice the song. There were 5 in my bed and a little 5 in the stead and a little clip that said it's all over, right? So we ready, guys. I'm doing it. They telling me every day I'm coming, every day. Wow, we got practice. So I'm coming. So now, so we got that routine. I think we got 3 routines, 3 songs, right? That could be pressed as records, routines. So we now we gotta go to the city. So we gotta go to Rock the Bells to LL Cool J. Shout out to Yahshuah. We gotta go to LL Cool J to the thing to sign up for the audition. So they're gonna have this the thing they said over the radio is 1991 is they're doing the audition. So we it's set up. We going, I think it was a Saturday or so, I don't know. We going to Manhattan. So at the beginning of hip hop, guys, it's probably the same. All of the record labels were in Manhattan, right? Warner Brothers, Sony, Columbia, MCA, all these records, and even the small ones, like Loud Records and all, but I think this before Loud Records. I don't really know. It's just 1991, but whatever. So all of the records, so whenever you had anything to do with the music industry, rap, you go into the city. You got to go to Manhattan to the city. We call that the city. So in New York, guys, I don't know if they still do it now, but in the 90s, we called going into Manhattan, we call it the city. The city, Manhattan, with the 42nd Street and Times Square and all that, we called that the city. Well, at least we did in Strong Island. I don't know what they did in different boroughs, but we used to be like, I'm going to the city. So if I said, so let's say if I'm pulling off and somebody like, yo, Rob, where you going? I'm like, I'm going to the city. They'd think I'm going to Manhattan, right? To, if it's at night, I'm probably going to, to some club in Manhattan in the city, Midtown. That's what we call Midtown the city. Now, Uptown, we call Harlem. Then we call Uptown, that's going up into the Bronx. And then downtown is Lower East Side and all of that, right? So that's how we did Manhattan Island back then, right? So, all right, so now we got to go to the city, right? Midtown. So we going to separate from everything. So yeah, and then you did the driving and the traffic and all that. It's just a whole thing, but it was dope. New York City was dope. It was pop. It was a whole world within itself. So anyway, so we got to go to the city. So bang. All right, cool. So we go to the city. We go to the LL Cool J where I forgot where it was, where he got his office for his new Rock the Bells record label. So shout out to LL Cool J. Sorry for the story at the beginning, L, but it just is what it is. Just what really happened. But I'll give you props because you was official, L. Facts. You held it down. So we get there, and so all four of us, and as y'all know, show from picture, I don't know what I had on, but I'm always wearing a big Fendi, a Gucci, a MCM, and all that. I look like a rap star, right? And my crew, we all dress, right? But I've got all these big chains. Y'all know I just showed the pictures, right? So I look like I'm, I think just before Big Daddy came, but I look like a rap star. I look like a rap star, right? You see me, you be like, oh, I hope he could rap. Because if he can't rap, let's write him a rap, right? He looked like a rap star, right? And, and I had braids, wasn't the ugly dude and not the prettiest dude, but, girls liked me and stuff like that. So, I had the whole, and then the energy. So, and when we all had that energy. When we together, the Nasty Four was no joke. Our rap group, we got that star quality, right? Everywhere we go, people look and just, who are that? That type of thing. Like, who are they? Like, we supposed to be stars, that type of thing, right? We got that energy and we crazy. We have fun, right? So we do we in our own world where we, like, everywhere you go, it's like, you know how they got the cartoons where everywhere you go, it's your own cloud of smoke, a cloud of smoke following. That's us. We just have fun, man. We be laughing and we high. First of all, we high as hell, but pardon my language. First of all, we high of weed, right? Because it's back in the days. So we high. We smoking blunts, driving in my big Benz. We smoking blunts in the car. We outside. We the type, before we go in the record label, we dumping blunts on the front. Like we just straight disrespectful. You know what I mean? Because we from the streets, right? We from the projects. We from Parkside Projects. We from the ghetto, right? I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns. This is the intro to this channel, right? So we like back then I wrote a rap. It's 92 and I just got knocked. I wrote it a little after. That's when I came home. Well, that's the story. Never mind. Let me go back. Let me not digress. So we hella disrespectful. So we rolling, but we high, right? And we high everywhere we go. So anyway, we get to the office and you got to buzz the thing. So the lady looking, so she like, they looking like, what the hell? We look like, let me say a rap group. Cold Crush 4 is at the door. Like, I don't know. Let me think of some famous rap group that, well, you don't know none. They got rid of the rap groups. NWA, right? Let's say, how NWA when they were stars, right? So it's like, well, the NWA at the door type of thing, right? So they look, because you can see the thing. They like, shout out to Corey Wilson in the building, New York, day one. All right. So if my brother Paul is still here, Corey is from New York, right? And he did time up in Attica and all that. And I could not be on here telling no fake stories, Paul, because Corey would not be saying peace, my bro. He'd be like, rise up there telling lies. Okay. So shout out to Paul if he back, if you could hear. No disrespect, Paul. I would love to see you come back and enjoy some of the stories and just enjoy, you know what I mean? Get you, I ain't trying to promote no drugs, but, get you a drink or something, put your feet up and just enjoy. Ain't nothing fake here, right? I can't be fake. My people here. I went to Facebook, New York. I can't tell a lie. They all here. They would say something because where I'm from, they raw. So they would be like, raw lying, right? And then everybody would come. Right, they'd be like, wow, on YouTube telling lies. They'd be like, Paul, you tell the truth. He was a punk. He ain't had nothing. He was a scrub back in the hood, right? So anyway, let me continue. Shout out to Corey Wilson in the building. All right. So, okay, so we at the door, the glass doors, and the secretary, you can see her face through the thing, right? So she looking like, who in the world? And we like, so she opened the door, man. She like, the NWA is here. So we go in and we all wild, smelling like weed. We smell like, oh my goodness, these are definitely rappers. You know what I mean? You hide your pocketbook. You know what I mean? These definitely rappers. So we go in and everything. So we going to sign up for the thing, right? So they like, what y'all, we here to sign up. We are LL signed. She's like, okay, well, definitely. Y'all definitely might be signed because y'all just look like rappers, right? So we get the paper and everything signed in. So she gets up and she goes to the back. So she get up, she go to the back. And next thing you know, I guess she went back there to say, guys, these guys look like superstars. Like, so she come from the back and she got a dude with her. So, and I wish Unique was here so he could tell me the fullness, who the people was. Now, he know more than me. I don't remember all this stuff. I was high half the time. Unique remember more than me, right? So she comes from the back and some dude, and he comes from the back, a black dude, and he look, and then all of a sudden, because, we down trying to fill out the stuff, and he like, is that the Nasty Four? And we all look up, and he like, it is the Nasty Four. And I'm like, oh crap, okay, okay, this dude know us. I'm like, so he's like, yo, Nasty Four. And he starts singing one of our routines. Okay, he said, yo, not everybody wanna party with the Nasty Four. We know this. It's a fat jet that will jack your track into the world. We're gonna show this. He starts singing one of our routines. He starts dancing. Now everybody, give me that beat, fool, because it's a full-time jack. Ease up, Nasty Four, don't hurt him. Give me that. I was like, we don't even know who they are. So guys, our rap group, we were everywhere. So it was, before rap records and before this fame and internet, we were like hood famous, street famous. Okay, people knew us from our tapes. They grew up on it. Some people came here before. I think Rod Nappy, somebody said that last week or something. Like, I used to rock the Nasty Four tapes. Like, so anyway, so people grew up on our music. Okay, yeah, Corey Wilson said before rap started. Facts. So they grew up on our music, right? So this dude is singing our routines. We don't know who he is, right? So he like, yo, Nasty Four, y'all here to sign? Y'all here for the LO? We like, yeah. He was like, what? Listen. So he told the girl, he said, all right, this is what we gonna do. I got this. I got them. So we stand there, we hides, pardon my language, we hides all outdoors, right? So I'm standing there, we just stand there like we don't even know what's going on. Like, so he's like, I got this. So she's like, okay. So he came from behind the thing. He's like, he said, yo, Nasty Four. Oh, I love y'all. I grew up on y'all, this, right? So he takes us outside. He said, come on, come outside. So we go outside and he like, he said, so where y'all been? I was wondering, was y'all still rapping? I'm like, yeah, I've been in the streets. We've been spinning. He's like, man, I'm glad y'all rapping. So I said, all right, so this is what I'm going to do. He said, listen, y'all got the deal. Listen, he said, y'all got the deal. So we like, what? So right, he be like, yes. So he's like, y'all got the record deal. It's signed still. He said, so, but this what I'm gonna do. He said, y'all got the deal. He said, I'm signing y'all. Yep. Look, Corey singing a song. I'm little Robbie C. Tiny, you know, when I'm not on the mic, I'm playing ball. That's Raheem. That was 19, I don't know, bro, like 80 or 79. I think that was in the 70s or something. Yeah, way beginning of hip hop or something, 81 or something, 80, I don't know. So again, that's a song we had on the radio. So anyway, shout out to Corey. And see, that's what I'm talking about. Corey, remember that line right there. Yep, Corey said the 70s. He remembered that line from the 70s. So now, Corey, you just helped me. He said 1979. You just helped me with a receipt for this story, Corey, because that's what I'm talking about. The dude at LL's record label must have, same thing with Corey. So he grew up, so he was like singing one of our routines, like that was on the radio or something. And I'm like, so he said, listen, y'all got the record deal. He said, this is what we gonna do. He said, the audition, I'm gonna put y'all down for the audition. He said the audition is next week. He said it's at a big, like some big hall in Manhattan, some big thing. They rented out this big thing, so they got the record executives. So LL is got a record deal, so he's gonna be a subsidiary of, like, he's trying to be a subsidiary of like Warner Brothers, Columbia, Sony. So they're gonna have all these big record execs there, and LL is gonna present his record label, all his artists. So he's gonna sign like an R&B group, a solo rapper, a rap group, this group, you know, he's signing. So he's starting a record label. So the dude said, y'all sign. So y'all gonna be our group. So I'm gonna tell, he said, what I'm gonna do, he said, I'm gonna tell L, he said, when I see L later, I'm gonna tell L, we got the rap group. It's Nasty 4. He said he might know y'all already, right? But he said, just in case he don't know y'all, I'll let him know. I'll co-sign and let him know that, you know, who y'all are, the Nasty 4. Like, he's excited, like Nasty 4 came in here, right? That type of thing, right? So we like, you know, I'm like, yes, right? Because we had other record deals before, but y'all learn that later, but something always happened, right? Something always happened, right? So now we got another record deal, finally. And we with LL, cool, because LL was the man. LL was big, right? So I'm like, good. And I liked L. Remember I told you, I liked him from the Sunrise Mall story, right? I liked L. So I'm like, good, that's dope, right? I'm ready to hold LL down, right? Corey said, leather clothes, straight showmans, right? We were in all leather, right? So he's talking about how we used to dress rapping and stuff. So I'm ready, like, because I'm so loyal. I'm like a loyal person. Like, if I'm down with you, I'm ready to hold LL down, right? I'm the type, I'm like, well, I'm down with L. I'm ready to bust my gun for LL Cool J. That's that type of thing, right? That's my, you know, if I'm rocking with you, I'm rocking with you. You know what I mean? You feed me too. Let's go, right? Right? I'm ready to hold L down. We excited. So we like, all right. So he told us we got to come that, I think it was a Saturday, that next Saturday, and we got to be there, I don't know, 11 a.m. or something, 11 a.m. in the morning, early in the morning, right? And I'm a night person because remember, this is 92 and I have my block on Elm Street in Hempstead. So I remember 12 a.m. at night to 6 in the morning. So I'm like, 11 in the morning, that means I ain't gonna be able to go to sleep, right? So what I would do, I would leave my block, Elm Street, at 6 in the morning, go to Lakeview, the Daddy U house that's still on Long Island, and take a nap, go to sleep, and then we get up and drive. Because remember, we got to drive to Manhattan from Long Island. And that takes a little minute, especially if it's traffic, right? If it's no traffic late at night, it only takes like 20 minutes on the Parkway to get to Manhattan, right? If there's no traffic on the highway at night, you can fly, right? I'll be doing it. It take you 25 minutes, right? You getting off on wherever you getting off, Triborough, whatever, 2nd Avenue, wherever you going, right? So in Manhattan. So, but during the day, that could be 4 hours from traffic. Oh, it could be insane. Okay. Corey said, in a crazy routine, great group. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate you, Corey. Said great rap group back in the days. So so we got to prepare for traffic, right? So that means if we need to be there 11 in the morning, we need to leave by like at least 9 a.m. We should be leaving like 8 a.m. to be honest with you, just to make sure, because you can't be late. This ain't something that you can be late to. You know what I mean? This is a record deal. This is a life-changing thing. Every major record label, he told us, Warner Brothers going to be there, Sony going to be there, all these labels, all these executives there, because LL is trying to get he presenting his label so he can see who he's going to subsidize his Rock the Bells label with. Big deal, right? So we can't be late. So we like, all right. So we was like, you know what? I was like, well, I can't go home. I can't go from Strong Island 6 a.m., get to Queens, then do all that, then come back. So I need to bring a change of clothes to Unique House, put a change of clothes in my car for what we're going to wear to perform. Then after I finish hustling 6 o'clock, I'll be finished about 6:30 or something, because after I grab everybody's money and get all that stuff together, remember I did my time for those crimes I did back then. After I gather all my money and everything, then I drive from Hempstead to Lakeview, and then I said I could just take a quick nap and then get up, and then we could bounce, because we need to leave probably like 8:30 in the morning, 9 at the latest, to make sure we guarantee we there, because you got to find a place to park in Manhattan. Manhattan is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Once you get there, you got to find a place to park and all that. So cool. So the dude at the record label, he said, this is what we're going to do. He said, when I see LL later, I'm going to tell him that I found the group. Y'all are the rap group. He said, then only thing y'all got to do is come and perform, just so the blow. He said, I want y'all, he said, do this for me. He said, Nasty Four. He was hyped. He said, I want y'all to blow the socks off all the executives. He said, I'm gonna hype y'all up, but I know LL ain't gonna have no idea what he's about to see. And listen, and the dude that he was saying this, he had no idea of the routine we had made. So Dow Lex was like, let's give him a little bit of the routine. So we start going, yo, he was like, he was like, I know it. That made him more hype. So we start going into the routine, all four of us saying the routine of all over. They try to back up on his head and get up with their head and fall over. He was like, I know it. So he's like, all right. Now he crazy hype. He like, I know it. Okay. So Saturday, that's it. He said, I'll make sure I get L to get all y'all contracts together. He said, y'all got a lawyer? He said, go get y'all a lawyer. If you don't got one, I could try to help y'all, send y'all somebody. Y'all need a lawyer to look over the contracts. He said, I'm going to make sure y'all get the best deal and everything, because y'all going to be our staple group. Y'all going to be the foundation group for the record label. He said, I did it. He said, oh, L going to be hype about this. Bang. So now we like, okay. So he like, I see y'all Saturday. I see y'all, like, Nasty Four. We give him a big hug and everything. Unique remember his name. I don't even remember his name. I wish Unique was here. He usually here every time. And Unique last week told me to tell this story, and now I'm telling it he ain't here. So we give him a big hug and everything, and then he goes back in the office. My Nasty Four, I can't believe the Nasty Four. He goes in. So now we out there, we looking at each other like, we in Manhattan. Okay, good. The mic, it clicked. Let me turn it down some. Thank you, Kayana. We in Manhattan. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit more. Thank you, Kayana. We in Manhattan, right? So we out there, and now it's set in. Guys, we just got a record deal. I don't think y'all understand the magnitude. So he gone, he inside, and we sitting there like, hold up, did what just happen? Did that just happen? Right? It's like, did that just happen? And so now shout out to Big Pooch, Byron Baines Jr., Big Pooch in the building, Hempstead Strong on my day one prospects. Go, Big Pooch. So Big Pooch, we had a record deal with LL Pooch, 1992, right? So we out there, Pooch, and it's like, yo, Pooch, you can imagine, right? So we out there, and I'm like, hold up. Now, y'all know we was high before we in. Pooch did time for the crimes he ever committed. Because Pooch used to, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Okay.
I ain't gonna say it, Pooch. But Pooch know what I'm talking about, right? Right? Gotta be careful, guys. So so we hides all outdoors, right? So now it's like, hold up. Did we just get a record? Like, yo, no. Now because guys, it happened so fast, and it was like within 20 something minutes, he was back in the place, and we standing on the street, and we're like, we just got a record deal with LL Cool J, Rock the Bells, and that was the biggest rap star in the world at this time, the biggest rap star in the world, and we're like, yo. So now we're in the street, and we go, yo, and we just all go crazy, right? We're like, yo, so we going crazy, hugging each other, and right, like, pop the blunt. Like, y'all know, first thing, like, we need 10 blunts. Boy, crack the blunts. Crack the blunts. So now we walking down the street. We in Manhattan. So now we got to walk back to the car. So now we walking down the street, right? We in Manhattan. And we like, now everybody want to party. Like, we are and people in the street. So if y'all know Manhattan, the streets are crowded, right? I know they still the same now. I ain't been home in a long time, New York City. So the streets are people everywhere, crowded, walking, right? So when you walk, people got to move out. And we singing and rapping and nasty. And we jumping on each other and hitting we happy, bro. It's like one of the happiest times in our life. Because every time that we had another record deal, something went wrong. Something always happened. But this one, he said, that's it. They'd be drawing up the contracts and all that. He told us to go get our lawyer and all that. Okay? And we put down, he said, y'all, we put down the information for the thing we signed at the front. He said, all y'all information. He said, yep, I'll be calling y'all. He said, by the time y'all get home, I'm gonna be calling y'all. So make sure I get the lawyer. I'll be so we can fax over the stuff to when y'all find y'all lawyer. And if you ain't got one, I can get you one. Now this is our dream, right? We finally did it, right? And this is done. So it's not like, he said it's done. I mean, contracts, lawyers, it's done. Only thing we got to do is come to the audition and perform and do what we do best. We were the showmen. That's what Corey said. He said a good show. He said leather outfit, like that's what it was. We put on a show wherever we go, right? So we get to the car. I still got the big 500 long SEL and everything. We get to the car, same silver one. We get to the car. And we hype, right? We get to the car, we happy, we get in the car, we rolling blunts. Now we driving back to Strong Island. We getting high, now we playing our music in the car, bumping it. I got the system, we bumping our routine and singing it, and we did it, we made it. We drive back to the island, we hype. Now I'm tired because I hadn't been to sleep. Remember, I back then I had owned my own drug block, right? And I did my time for those crimes, right? So I had been hustling since 12 o'clock the next night. Right now, it's like, I don't know. It's like 1, 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon. So now the high, when you get home, the high of us getting a record deal, all that, once we got back to Unique House, now it's set in. I'm like, oh my goodness, now I got to drive back to Queens. I have to drop them off in Lakeview. Now I got to drive back to Farmers Boulevard to go home. But I'm hyped. We got a record deal. So cool. I dropped him off. We all happy. Unique run in, tell his mom, Val, we did it. We finally got a record deal. And Val's so happy because we be practicing all the time. Yeah, the adrenaline is over, Larry. Yeah? So Val, his mom, Valerie, RIP to Unique mom, Valerie. Valerie was like, she was like happy because she knew we've been rhyming since, like Corey said, since the 70s, since before rap records, right? We've been the greatest. So she been seeing us, turn that noise down, go in the room, but we practicing. But she knew, like we were like, it's like an R&B, we practice, right? So we practice in the project hallway where they be like coming out the hallway and like, oh, it's the nasty for practicing. Y'all go back on the roof and practice. Keep it down a little. but everybody knew. We were like, so we practiced, right? That's why we were so good. So I drive back to Queens, cool, everything done. Now, we got a record deal. So now, every day, we set a goal that we're going to come and we're going to practice every day until the showcase. Because now we got a showcase. That's what they called it. So when a person, let's say if LL Cool J or Run DMC or whatever who's trying to start a record label, they put on a showcase for the big major labels. So you have everybody from Universal, Warner Brothers, Columbia, MCA, stuff like that, right? Excuse me, I was drinking. You'll have them there, and you put on a showcase that'll show. He said, Corey, what's it? Campbell Park and Lincoln Park, a big wall of speakers, beginning of hip hop, Corey. Wait till I go back, Corey. I'm going back. You're gonna enjoy it, and I'm bringing receipts, Corey. I'm going back to the beginning of hip hop, Campbell Park, Lincoln Park days, right? So we I forgot where I was at now. Corey got me going back in the days. So anyway, I can just piece where I can catch up where I'm at. So anyway, so we made a routine that every day from now to next Saturday, we're gonna practice every day. We're not gonna miss a day. Because we got to get ourselves so tight for the showcase. Because he was like, yo, I want y'all to blow the house down. I want y'all gonna be the staple group for Rock the Bells. Cool. So every day, I leave. I used to get there about 9 p.m. We get to Unique House, come from Queens, get to Unique House. We practice 3 hours. 12 o'clock, well, like 2.5. So like 11:30, 11:45, I got to wrap up because now I got to drive from Lakeview to Parkside Projects. I used to park my car back by where on the desert by Nancy's store, right? Close to where Prodigy from Mobb Deep used to live and stuff. But that not really, he used to live up there, but that's a name that y'all know, right? Prodigy from Mobb Deep. That's, the desert where his boys and stuff live. Money No and Dirty Harry and them lived. So I used to park my car over there. I had it was my hustle car, a Buick Park Avenue, like a 98, right? But it was my hustle car. I still had the big Benz, right? But I'm not driving right? So I had my hustle car to park over there. And I had my breakdown bike in the trunk, a bike that you take it apart, black. And I got on all black hoodie, black coat, black pants, black everything, right? Black boots, Timbs, right? And I would ride my bike, right? So I got a crazy story coming next week. Crazy story coming. I thought I was gonna tell it tonight, but no. So I and then I park my car over there, open the trunk, take the bike out, open it up, put it together, then lock the trunk, get my guns out. Did my time for the crime committed, and then get my package and stuff, and then I ride from over wherever I parked my car over there on the desert where Bootnock used to live, on one of those streets, and Green Eye, with Green IV, Parkside Coalition in the building, right? Massacre, and the Parkside Massacre. And then I would drive from there to Elm Street, Parkside, Maple and Elm. Laurel and Elm Street to my block. And then from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., we open up shop, right? That's what I did. So this was the routine. Get to Unique House, 9 p.m., practice till like 11:30, 11:45. We finish, we tight. We be smoking while we practicing and stuff. We be having fun. We practicing, smoking, making food, eating, laughing. We used to have a fun life. It was fun. Nasty Four was always fun. And then I would drive there and finish. All right, here we go. Every day we did that for the record deal. Monday, Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night. I come to the house. The showcase is Saturday. For all the record labels, we representing Rock the Bells, LL Cool J. Oh, the dude from that work, Unique know his name, the dude that worked at LL Label, he called us soon as we got home. He would call us every day. We got the lawyer. Listen, guys, we found the lawyer. He helped us find a good lawyer. We got the lawyer. The lawyer was in touch with LL Cool J's lawyers. The lawyer's like, I got all this. Everything's official. Only thing y'all got to do is after the showcase, once y'all do your thing at the showcase, that's it. If the contracts are looking, we'll come in and we're going to work them out before we sign everything to make sure it's, it's in your best favor for our group. And that was it. So that dude would call every day and we'd be practicing. He'd be talking Unique. I think Unique was really mostly handling it. And, Unique, like, yo, I'm Unique. No, and I was talking to such and such. That's his man now. That's his boy, right? So I'm like, good. We in there. So he hyped. Nasty 4, he like, yo, I'm gonna send y'all this, and we're gonna go here, we're gonna go on tour, we're gonna do a magazine covers. He was like, Right On magazine. I forgot which magazines was out. This before Source magazine. Right On or whatever magazines. Like, we're gonna get y'all magazine spreads and covers and this and that. And he's hype. He already, so every day we practicing. Friday night, I get there, 9 p.m. as normal. Now, Friday night is a big night. The weekends is a big night when we used to sell drugs during the crack era. The weekends were big. Every day was big during the crack era, but y'all know weekends, just got paid. Dun, dun, Friday night. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Black Beat magazine. Go ahead, Corey. Black Beat magazine. Fact. And Word Up magazine. Remember? That's what Biggie said. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Yeah. Facts. That's what I'm talking about, Corey. That era, right? Thank you, Corey. That helped. So I'm there, right? I get there 9 p.m. Friday night. We hype. Showcase tomorrow. So we practice. We do our thing. We tight. I mean, we've been practicing so much that we just so good. Like, we're just so tight, right? With anything that you do, you practice to be perfect, right? Practice, right? So bang, 11:30 p.m., 11:30, I'm like, all right. So I'm like, all right, guys, I'm going. Now, I wish Unique was here because he could tell me. So I don't know who did it. If Unique was here, you missed it, Unique. This was your time to really be adding in the details that I forget. I don't know if it was Unique or if it was Dow. I don't think it was Raheem. But I don't know who it was. One of them looked at me. So we got up and everything. I went to the bathroom, Unique bathroom, and I what's the name? I got a picture too. Matter of fact, it'll be perfect to show it. What's the name? Right? I thought I had it open in one of these. Give me 1 second. I think I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Perfect. This was the time and everything. Stop sharing. Present. Share. It's kind of, you can't see it too clear, but y'all can see it. This is for my brother Paul, if he's still watching. It's another receipt. That's me. I'm in Unique's mirror, and that's why it's so spotty. And y'all see that chain? That's the big Figueroa, and that's the big Mercedes emblem. When I'm my big 500 Mercedes. That's a big for Figueroa link. That's a whole, every picture I'm showing y'all, those are different chains on my neck. Okay? So that was the exact time that I'm talking about. And this is Unique's bathroom mirror. Right there's a bathroom. It was green walls. It was green, right? So this was that mirror. So I went into this bathroom right here where I'm on the screen. I went into the bathroom. I came out. I changed my clothes because I would wear regular clothes. So because I was coming to practice and stuff, I'd be doing stuff, I knew that I could bring a change of clothes. Because before we started rapping, I would just come straight from Queens in my all black and everything and just go straight to my block. But since I'm stopping with Unique in them, I would wear my regular clothes that I was already wearing, and then I would bring my black fatigues. Because what we used to wear back in the 80s and 90s was army fatigues. right? So black army fatigue pants, black army fatigue jacket, black shirt, black Timberland boots with a black hoodie. So that's why that was my gear. That was for my streets. All black, and then shoot out the street lights and have the street all black. You heard? All black everything. So that you can't even see me in the dark. Stealth. That facts. This is what the life was, right? And it was because, that's what it was. Wasn't too much hiding from the police, because the police was not really messing with you back then. It was kind of shook ones area. Like they was, unless you calling them, and really it was a free fall. It was mostly stick up kids and stuff, shootouts and stuff, right? That type of thing. So so I go in the bathroom. This bathroom, I'm showing y'all this picture, and I come out the bathroom in my all black. And I don't know if it was Unique or Dial X, but they walked up to me and they said, Ra, why don't you just stay here? So I'm like, what? It was like, yo, Ra, man, we was talking about it when you was in the bathroom. And it was like, just stay here, man. And then they all came out the room, because the bathroom, Unique bathroom, was by his kitchen. So when I came out, Dial was in the kitchen. Oh, Unique, I don't know which one said it first. Unique, you messed up because you ain't here. Now you're going to say it later in the comments, right? So they said, one of them said, why don't you just stay here, Ra? And I'm like, what? And so then the rest of them came out the room, and it was like, Ra, we talked about it while you was in the bathroom. Why don't you just stay here, Ra? We could just, why don't we go celebrate? We got a record deal, Ra. In the morning, our whole life is going to change. Why don't we just go out? Like, let's go to a bar and go drink and celebrate. And I was like, nah, man. Nah. I'm like, I got to go to my block. Right? Because I had a whole organization, and I did my time for that crime. I didn't have no organization. Let me take that back. I take that back. But I did my time. So even if I did have an organization, I went to jail and served my sentence, but I didn't have an organization. It was just my boys. Let me clear that up. Right? But I have people depending on me to come. You know what I mean? People that worked for me who fed their families, and then even my feet, the crack, those who smoke. I told y'all from the other story, those are my boys. That's who, and they looked for me. They need to, they're going to get high and they need to get it, and they have to go to other do mess. I don't know. It was just, so anyway, again, I'm not promoting it. It was just, that could have got me life big, but it got me a state bid. Okay. This what I'm talking about got me a state bid in jail. All right. So I'm in the kitchen. They like, nah, Ra, let's just go out, man. Let's celebrate. It was like, it's only a matter of hours before we got to leave. Because it was 11:30 at night. We got to leave like 8:30 in the morning. So they're like, man, and I sat there and I thought about it. I was like, man, I don't get to go nowhere. Because I've been hustling on that block for it's been about a year or something that I've been out there. And I never miss a night. I never go nowhere. Yeah, Corey, a lot of people depended. And that's what I felt. Like a lot of people, like it would mess up a lot of people. And it was like, nah, I gotta go. And it was like, so I remember clearly, Raheem, Lil Robbie C, Raheem turned away. When I said it, he just sucked his teeth and turned and went in the room. But Unique and Dial was like, oh, come on, bro. You can just take off one night. Like, just stay. And I was like, you know what? I said, this is what I'll do. This is what I'll do. I said, I gotta go to my block. I said, what I'll do, I'll go, I'll get everybody set up. Then I said, I'll leave a package with Pooch, because Pooch was my head, right? Shout out to Pooch, Sister Brown's Pooch. I said, and I know he's still alive because someone showed on Facebook. And I'm like, wow, Pooch still alive, right? So if Pooch ever see this, Pooch know what I'm talking about. He was there. So I was like, I'll go there. I'll leave a package with Pooch just so everybody can get set up. And then I'll leave whatever with Pooch. And then once that's finished, that's it for the night. And I said, so I'll go. And I said, give me 2 hours. I'll be back. And then we can go out. Right. So I was like, I'll be back like, so it's 11:30. I'll be back like 1 o'clock. And then we can go to the bar. We can go somewhere and just celebrate. And then we can all be together. And then we leave in the morning and go perform our showcase. And then our whole life has changed. Our whole life is about to change. So they're like, so Dow, I think Dow like, all right, he turned and went in the room. And I think it was Unique. That Unique, Daddy you. Unique said, Rod, just stay, Rod. And I was like, yo, fam, I'll be right back. Let me go set up the shop. I got to set up the block, Unique. He said, all right. I said, I'll be right back, bro. Just an hour and a half, I'll be back. Y'all get ready. So when I come back, we can just bounce. When I come back, I'm going to change my clothes back into my regular clothes, and then we can bounce. He's like, all right. So now, I leave. I used to have X-Man from Queens that used to be with me. But I didn't bring X-Man tonight because I knew that I wasn't going back to Queens to drop him back off. I knew that I was going to leave the block and come to Unique House just before I thought I was coming back early. And then we was going to go from there to Manhattan to do the showcase. So X-Man didn't come with me. No, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Sorry. Yes, he did. He came with me. Yes, he did. Sorry, it gets spotty. Like these true stories, so I try to remember as much as I can. So this is 1992. It's 2024. Like, so anyway, I get to the block, and I'm not going to tell the story because I told it on the channel. And I remember I got to the block, and the Lilco Lighting Company have fixed all the street lights. It'd been dark for weeks. So whenever they would come fix the street lights, I would shoot the lights out. And I did my time for any crime that I'm talking about. I would shoot the street lights out to make my block dark. So I remember I parked the car on the desert in Hempstead. We call that by Nancy's store. I rode my bike. I remember when I came up, I could see that the corner of Elm Street and Laurel by the projects, by the dead end, it was lit up bright. And when I rode up, I was like, oh man, they didn't fix these street lights. So I'm like, night street lights. That was my thing. Night street lights. These street lights gotta go. So I pull up, and they come up. They like, Rod, you see? I'm like, it's lit up like Christmas lights. It was like, what you gonna do? I said, y'all know doggone well these street lights gotta go. Right? So, yep, Sister Brown corner, Corey, absolutely. So, and Mighty K lived on that other corner too, little Mighty K. So I'm like, they gotta go. So I pull up, and y'all know I'm not gonna tell this story because it's not me telling. I told this story already on the channel. So let me just condense it. So and I'll redo the story and put it out on another video. So I went up, I got them together, I got Pooch and them together, I got everybody's package together. I told them, I said, listen, I'm not staying. I said, y'all take this, and then I'm leaving. I'm like, we got a record deal with LL Cool J, right? Because they all know about the Nasty Four, right? I'm like, so we got a showcase to do, and they like, what? So immediately they was like, so Rod, if you make it with the record deal, you ain't gonna be out here no more? And I'm like, oh, I ain't even think of that. So I was like, all right, what I'm gonna do, Pooch? And then I like, when we make it, I'm gonna make sure that somebody will be here to take care of y'all like I was, right? I'll hand it over to someone else, right? And I'll make sure they take care of y'all. All right? I ain't gonna leave y'all hanging like that, like that. So he was like, all right, all right, all right, all right. He was like, congratulations, right? Because they all know about the Nasty Four, right? Like, congratulations. I'm like, yeah. So I said, all right, Pooch, I'm gonna leave you this. I'm gonna leave you a big enough one, but once it finish, then that's it for the night. So make sure you save some for y'all, save some for all of them, so y'all will have y'all's to get y'all through the night. But because I know that package I left was kind of going to run out about 3 o'clock in the morning, and we usually go to 6 in the morning. So I'm like, but I wasn't leaving them nothing too crazy. Give them too much, they can mess it up, right? So I'm like, after that, y'all good. Just make sure you save some for y'all and take care of Sconey and Mike and Leon and everybody else who, you know, my core was out there hustling with me. So, so that was it. So I did that. So I said, let me go see Shelly Shell. So I got on the bike. We rode to see Michelle. Told Shelly Shell what I'm doing. So she like, all right. So then I told, that was when I told Shelly Shell, I went to Shelly Shell house and she had these fiends in her house. And I told Shelly Shell, I said, I'm coming back, right? Because I leave Shelly Shell a package and stuff too, right? I heard Shelly Shell, and Shelly Shell, she liked the crackhead prostitutes who would be on the block. She ran all the crackhead prostitutes. So, you know, Shelly Shell used to get her money. She used to live on by the Union Baptist Church. I forgot the name of that street where the twins, Charles and Joseph, used to live. She lived on that street, South Franklin, right there. Right, she lived right across from the church. Those who watched that story when I jumped over the fence of the church. So anyway, so I told her to leave her door open, right? Because I used to tell her, leave your front door open just in case I can get in your house. Because when I got to her house, I went to try to check the door and it was locked. And I'm like, Shelly Shell. So she was like, she had some fiends in there. They be getting high. And when fiends get high, they smoking crack on the pipe. Some of them get paranoid. And, you know, fiends be looking out the window. Like, crack will make people act differently. It make them all react differently. Some be looking out the window. Some be on the ground looking for crack in the carpet. Some of them take all their clothes off and be naked. Crack was a weird drug. It affected people, everybody, it affected them differently. Some would be in a corner just scratching. Some is like paranoid. Everything, they looking out the window. Look, somebody's watching me. And some are all on the ground looking for crack. Some walking around naked. So this dude that she had in there, he was a paranoid. Crack made him paranoid. So he would lock the door. He would make sure of me looking out the window. So I told her, I said, why is the door locked? She's like, cuz. So she went there, she yelled at him, stop locking my door. Do not lock the door. Right? And I'm not going to tell that story, but I told this story before. Long story short, he locked the door. Okay. Right? When I left. So I went, because I told her I'm going to be there for a couple of hours. And I said, I'm going to come back. Right? So while I'm out there, I need her to leave her door open because anything could happen or whatever. Right? So I'm like, she's like, all right, I'm going to make sure he won't lock the door, right? So I was like, all right. Bang. So I left Shelly Shell and I went back to the block. I get back to the block. Everybody's set up. Block is popping. Now I'm looking, I'm like, these street lights is way too bright. So I'm like, they got to go, right? So I go to the middle of the block by Mike's house in the middle of Elm Street, between Laurel and South Franklin. Go to the middle where that house was, where I put my bike in the yard, or a block, so we can hide in the bushes. So any stick-up kids come, we got, because stick-up kids was coming. They was coming to shoot and kill, right? So I was at war with the stick-up kids. So it's too bright. If the lights all on, they can see us, right? So I do that, then I go, and now I'm like, all right, time to put these street lights out. So I went down I started at Sister Brown's house, and like, and I had a warning before this. Mike, the one who used to hustle for me, his mom, she complained, and Mike told me a couple of days ago, my mom, she says she's gonna call the police because there's too much gunfire at night. Because we was having, it was like Vietnam. Like Mighty K, my little man Mighty K, he was young. He's probably like 10 years old. And he didn't know that was me out there. And later when he found out, he said he used to hear all the gunshots and his grandma used to make them sleep on the floor and stuff like that because of how much gunshots was going on. And later he found out that was me out there, us out there. My little man Mighty K. Shout out to Mighty K. So Mike told me his mom said that if she hear it's too much gunfire, she's gonna call the police because she can't sleep and all she hears bah 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 gunshot, and it was gunfire at the shacks. Like even when we quiet over here, you could just hear blah 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 blah, like quiet because it's 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. We out there and you could hear gunshots. And I used to play the game of trying to figure out what kind of gun that was, that type of thing. Like you could hear it. I'm like, ooh, that sound like a Uzi or something. Like, what was that? I'm like, whoa, somebody got something crazy over there, right? So that's how it was. And our block it was gunfire because the stick-up kids used to come. So I was shooting out with them almost every night to the point where I got them to stop coming so much because I would shoot at the car and chase the cars and they would shoot at me. That's my story on the channel. They caught me at the phone booth. Y'all look at that story. That's that story. They almost caught me slipping at the phone booth on the corner of Maple, the brick steps. They almost killed me. They caught me at the phone booth. All right. So look, Aaron Cross said, I remember those phone calls. Facts. So AC, shout out to AC. He was a Hempstead cop. All right. So I don't know if he's probably retired or he's probably a bigger in law enforcement or whatever. Shout out to AC, Aaron Cross. Hempstead football legend, Hempstead positive legend, a light legend. You know what I mean? A legend of the light, not the darkness. I'm telling dark legendary stories. Nah, I'm a legend of the light. Shout out to AC, Aaron Cross, a Hempstead legend of light. All right. He says he's retired. Shout out to AC. Right. So salute AC. Thank you for your service of serving the community. You know what I mean? We need it. I was glad when they hired a bunch of y'all, people who went to school with us, because it was really bad before you, AC. It was really bad for us that was in the streets. They used to, whoa. So anyway, I was going to tell one of those tonight. AC, I'm going to do it next week. I was going to tell one of those tonight. It was Buck. I know you remember Buck. When Buck was running, when he had the paddy wagon, oh my God. I was going to tell that tonight, but I'm going to tell it next week because it's going too long already. I'm about to end out with this story right now. So that's why by the time they hired y'all, AC, I was like, oh, yes. It just made it a lot better because y'all at least know, who we are. And, those other cops, they, a lot of them were racist and stuff. And then it once y'all got hired, the precinct started to, it's accountability there. y'all got some blacks in the precinct now and stuff like that, right? So shout out to AC. All right. So I got on the bike and I said I'm gonna shoot out the corner of Maple, Sister Brown house, Maple and Laurel, right? So I'm gonna do that one first, right? That was the one on the Mighty K corner. So I went out. Now, shooting a gun is harder than y'all think, right? You got to, unless you go in the gun range, that's why cops do gun ranges, right? So, and shout out, I'm glad I never really learned how to really shoot because the times that I did my crimes for it, I almost shot people, I missed, and I'm glad I missed because what if I didn't miss and some of them died, right? I probably wouldn't be here telling y'all these stories, right? So anyway, I'm in the street and I'm got to shoot out the light, right? And so we're like, boom, boom, and you might miss the first one. Then I finally hit it, boom. And when you hit it, when a bullet hit the street light, it explodes, like fireworks. It's actually dope, right? Actually, it's like crazy. It's like whoosh, and the light, and all the glass, and then the glass come raining down like glass, right? I used to think it's dope. That's that crazy stuff, right? That's when I was nuts, right? That life was making me crazy. Now, so I shoot out that light, boom. So now I got to go to the middle of the block. And the next one is in the middle of the block, and it's right in front of Mike's mom's house. And remember, Mike's mom said that she's tired of all the shooting, the gun shooting, and she's going to call the police. But my stupid butt, I'm not thinking. And usually I would smoke weed because weed makes me paranoid. Not paranoid but paranoid where I see everything that, like, I'm not doing nothing stupid. So the first thing I would usually do when I would get there was hit off my people, go with Michelle, hit her off, come back to the block, and then I would I would go down to the store on Peninsula Boulevard, that store, and get the blunts, and then we would ride back up, go to the middle of the block, and roll a blunt so I could smoke. So now I'm paranoid. So now anything that moves, I'm seeing everything, right? And I'm not doing nothing stupid, because when I wasn't high, I was careless, like fearless, fully. And I'm crazy because I'm shooting my gun with the stick-up kids every night, so I'm half crazy. And so if I don't smoke and I'm not paranoid, I'll just do anything. It's not, so I would smoke so I get paranoid. But because I'm not staying, right, I'm supposed to leave, everything is different. So I didn't smoke. So now I probably wouldn't have did it like that if I would have smoked, because I would have been too, like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, Mike mom's going. So anyway, I'm gun ho. So now I'm in the middle of the block. Now I got to shoot this street light out. And then after I shoot that one, then I got to go down to South Franklin by AB and Flex. Shout out to Archie Watts. Shout out to AB and Flex, the Watts. I got to go down there on the corner of South Franklin and Clenzo. Shout out to Clenzo and Delray Goodman. I got to shoot out that street light on their corner. And now then the whole block is dark. My whole block is dark. So I get to the middle street light, and I go, and I'm boom, and then miss. Boom, and then miss. Now, Mike moms had already told him she was going to call the cops for shooting. I already shot about 2 or 3 times at the end of the corner at Sister Brown light, that corner, that street light. Now I'm in front of her house. And I done shot 3 times. Now I'm like, okay, steady. Hold, steady, squeeze. Boom! And it hits, and it's rained down. Glass rained down. I'm like, I like the glass, rain down. Stupid, right? And then and it's dark. Now from his light there, the whole block is dark. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. And soon as I pull the gun down and the rain stopped, I hear, woo, and woo, a car, and woo, 2 cop cars. Woo. I'm like, and I'm standing there in the middle of the street with a gun. I'm like, oh, they were coming so fast that by the time I turned around to try to run to where my bike is through the yard, they was there. And I was like, by the time I got to the sidewalk, I heard, freeze, brother effer. And they pulled out the guns. Freeze, both of them. Freeze. And I stopped. And I look. And he's like, don't move. And I'm like, now I got 2 guns. I got a 9 and I got a German Luger 9. We had a Nazi gun. I used to like that gun. It was dope. I don't know how I got it, but it was a classic, but it worked. It was a German Luger, a nice gun. So I had the German Luger and I had the regular 9. And I got mad drugs. And I'm like, And I said, they gonna have to catch me. And I turned around and boom, I took off. And as soon as I took off, boom, I hear boom, doo, and the doo, and I'm running. Oh, they shooting, freeze, boom, doo. And as I'm running, all I hear is the bullets wheezing past me, and I'm like, oh, so I'm running, and I'm like, okay, they shooting. So I start running zigzag, right? Because I'm running into the woods. There's woods when you're on Elm Street that come out on Maple. Behind the houses, there's woods. So I start running, and I'm like, where's zigzag? And I, boom, I hear, boom, doo-doo-doo, and I hear the bullet go, and it hit the tree, and bust up the tree. I'm like, oh, and then I run to the right, boom, and hit a leaf of a tree, and I'm like, I'm on the left, I'm on the right, I'm on the left, boom, boom. Bullets is whizzing past my head, whizzing past, they trying to, and they running freeze, and they running behind me, and I'm going through the woods. I'm out. So I don't want to tell the rest of the story because this ain't about that. So I meant to, I was going to play the clip of when I told this story, but it's all right. That story's on the channel. I forgot the name of it. If somebody remember, y'all could put that in the comments so people can watch it. I think it's called, I don't know, I think it's called 92 They Came For Me or something. I don't know, but I'm going to do it over anyway because I need to take all the curses out because I was, so and let me just generalize the story. I'm not going to tell the whole thing. So they were shooting at me and they was trying to shoot me and I'm running zigzag through the woods. And so they started chasing me, bullets whizzing over my head and everything. So I ran through the woods and there was a fence in those woods. And I don't think they didn't know it because most people didn't go in those woods because there's raccoons and stuff and it's late at night, it's dark, right? You don't want to be in there. There's no telling what's in there. But I used to go through the woods because that was my thing. I was in all black and me and the raccoons used to be in the woods together. Facts. Those are my boys. I'm like, don't mess with me. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing with the raccoons. Facts. Me and the raccoons was hanging out, right? They knew I had a gun. They knew I wouldn't mess with y'all and y'all babies. That's me. For real. I used to walk in the woods. I'd be like, all right, guys, it's me. Right? I'm like, don't, and I could hear the family. You could hear them in the wood. And they would be eating. You can hear raccoons eating cats and dogs. A small dog, oh, raccoons are gang. I'm in the woods and all of a sudden you hear, and you hear the screeching of your life. I'm talking about, I said, what the? I pull my gun out. I'm like, what is that? And I'm like, what is that? And the sound, the cries that I heard, I didn't know what that was. I'm like, what is that? And then I look, because when you're in the dark that long, you got your eyes acclimate to the darkness. You can kind of see in the dark. So I look, and all of a sudden, all I hear is this screech, cry sound. And I'm like, what is it? And I see a raccoon, and he got the cat, and the cat is screeching and screaming for his life. And he grabs the cat, and he gets up to the, yeah, I'm talking about raccoons, Jack Dillon. He gets up to the tree, and he just climbs the tree with the cat in his mouth. So he pulls, and I'm in the woods with the raccoons. I was there with them all the time. Like, those are my boys. I've been with them every night. Their families and stuff, they got used to me. Like I said, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Me and the raccoons, right? Because raccoons lawless. They no joke, right? They got rabies. You be messed up. So they, the ones, they get rabid, they really insane, right? So he pulled it up in the tree. I'm looking. He pulls it up in the tree, and he stops on the branch, and the cat is crying, and he's eating it alive. And the cries I hear, he's eating, and the cat is just like, and it's like screaming, and just like, I'm like, oh my, I had to cover my ears, bro. I was like, this is the most horrible sound, as he's ripping the cat alive and eating it until it dies. And he eats it. And I seen it do it to a dog too. Oh, they'll jump the dog. Oh, them raccoons in the street in New York City, they gang. They acclimate to street, to their environment. Raccoons are beast mode, strong, fast. They no joke. So nobody really goes in those woods at night because first of all, you don't know what's back there, and then those raccoons are treacherous. So people be shook at that. But I stayed in there, and I would cut through at night, and it's really dark. You can't see. but my eyes were I would cut through from Elm and go to Maple, and so what I'm telling you, I know, but most people know, is a fence in there in the middle of the woods. It's probably an old fence. It used to be, and it's a fence that's across. So I know because I'm always in those woods cutting across, right? And there's more woods when you go from Maple across to Union Baptist to where Shelly Shell lived. I forgot the name of that street where Union Baptist Church is on, right? So so as I'm running and the cops are shooting at me and the bullets is whizzing past my head, I'm in the middle of the woods and I know it's a fence. So I automatically know the fence. So when I get to the fence, further up is Boy backyard. Absolutely. So I'm Corey, I'm further. Yep, but that's those woods that we talking about. Boy backyard. Yep, that's the entrance. So I'm starting at the middle of the block. Absolutely, Corey. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Those woods. Because if you go from Boy house and keep going straight down, that's the woods I'm talking about. So so as I'm running and they shooting at me, the bullets is whizzing, I hit the fence because I know it's a fence. So I hit the fence. And what I mean by hit the fence, when you're running, for those who used to be in that life running from cops, don't do no crime. Okay. Everybody get you a job. Don't do this. This got me a state bid, the story I'm telling, right? So, and I could have got killed in prison, right? You ain't no guarantee you're going to make it on for prison. So don't ever do none of this stuff. So I ran, and what you do is you hit the fence and flip over it. Like, it's like a motion. Like I hit the fence and you flip over the fence. It's a running motion. It's all in one motion. Hit it and flip over it and keep running. So I'm running and all the bullets are whizzing past, and I hit the fence. Boom! And flip over. And I keep going. And then all of a sudden I hear boom! Ah! I'ma kill you. And you hear, what happened? Oh, it's a fence, I'm hurt. And I'm keep on running. So then I get to Elm, I get past them, right? I lost them, and now I'm free, right? So now I'm running to Michelle's house. So I get to through those woods, and when you come out on Boy on Maple, where Corey was just talking about. So once you get on Maple, it's another street, right? You're coming through this person's backyard, but there was no yard. It was no houses there. It was that empty lot, right? Probably come in the middle of the block. Then once you come through, you get to that street. Now you at this next house, you go through their backyard, and then it's Union Baptist Church, right? So I'm running to Michelle's house. So I run through this yard, and once I get to the street, I lost this cop, so I'm free. So I get to the street on Maple, and I get out. Now I've been running, so I'm tired, and I run out, and all of a sudden I hear whoop, and it's more cars. And I'm like, oh, crap. A whole new set of cop cars. Here they come. Whoop, and I'm like, oh, so now I'm running. I'm tired now. I'm running. They get out, jump out, and they start chasing me. Now I'm running through this backyard. I get to that, and that one is the fence. There's another fence, and that's the fence I'm sorry. One, I don't know, I forget which fence. One of them I flipped over. So I don't remember now if it was the Maple one or the Union one, because there's two fences. One of them I flipped over. So I get to that backyard, and Union Baptist. So that one in that backyard is the Union Baptist Church, and it's their parking lot. So these cops are on my butt, and they're like, "Freeze, we gonna kill you. And I hit that fence, and I think I jumped over that one, or I flipped over that one, whatever. And then I get down, now I'm on the cement, and I'm running fast. He run like a horse. I remember that. I remember you could hear him. You can hear him talking under him. He's on there, he runs like a horse. So I'm running, and now I get to the parking lot, and I'm tired. So I'm running through the parking lot. And I get to, and I can see Michelle's house. And I run, and when I come out of Union Baptist parking lot with a church, another set of cop cars. Woo! And I hear the helicopter. And I'm like, whoa, I think I hear the. No, I don't want to. I'll take that back. I don't want to add something that wasn't there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Some things are spotty. I'm not sure. But I know here, forget that. The cop calls. Woo! And I'm like, oh my goodness, a new set. I'm exhausted. So now they further down though. So they coming fresh off the beach corner. Woo, and I'm here. So I'm right across the street. So I run and I get to Michelle's door. And I get to Michelle's door and it's locked. And I told her to leave it open. Told her to leave it open. She said she was going to leave it open. She yelled at the crackhead dude. I get to Michelle's door and it's locked. So I'm like banging. I'm like, Cheryl, Cheryl. And I'm like, and then here come the cars. Woo, they coming up the street. And I'm like, crap. So now I'm like, I look at the door. I'm like, oh. So I turn around and I come off her step. And by the time I do that, the cops are scared. They're scared right there. They pull out their gun and they're like, freeze. So I run off her step and they running towards me. So when I come off her little step, they right there almost could grab my coat. And I turn and go in her backyard. So now I'm running in her backyard. I can't even breathe. I'm running and now they behind me. Freeze, we're going to shoot you. And I get to the gate, but there's a big gate. That Michelle's backyard leads to Grove Street apartments, those little projects where Czar and them hustle at. Grove Czar hood. So, but it's a big fence. It's tall. It's not little. And I go and I'm running, but they right behind me. And I jump on the fence and I'm climbing and I get to the top and they grab my leg. Breathe, and they start pulling. The other one came and they pull me down. And I told this story. I'm not going to tell it in detail. And they pulled me down. And then the cops tried to kill me. They put me on, I fell on my back. And you want to run? You want to run? And he hit me. Boom. Bust me in the face. Pistol whipped me with the gun. Bang. Bust my whole side of my face type of thing. Then they like beating on me. Then the other one got there. And then the one, he put his arm on my trachea. He started to crush my windpipe. And I told it in another story. I'm not going to tell the details. I was going to play the clip tonight, but I didn't have time to prepare it. And he tried to crush my windpipe. And he was saying, you're going to die, nigga, die, nigga, die. And this was a black cop. Just so y'all know. Yeah, this was actually a black cop. And he was like, die, nigga. And he was looking at me and I could look at him. And I remember like, I'm going to die, bro. I couldn't talk. I couldn't move. The other ones was holding me and he was crushing my windpipe. And he was like, die. And I'm like, only thing I just kept saying, stop. Like I couldn't talk. I'm like, stop, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. And he just kept doing it. And then I just remember starting to like leave my presence. Like I remember starting to leave. And I was like, you're going to kill. Only thing I kept saying is, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Then I remember my kids home in Queens. I'm like, please stop. Please stop. And then I just started to leave. And then I just hear, get off here! Like, just a loud noise. And just like, I guess he let up off my trachea. And like, and I just started coughing and I was just screaming, get off him! Get off him! Get off him! And it was Shelly Shell. I told this already, so I ain't going to go into details. And she saved my life. And they was like, shut up, shut up. She's like, get up, everybody, wake up. They trying to kill him. They pointing the gun out. She's like, I don't care. Get off him. Yes, help, help, help. And they was like, oh, get him up off the ground. And I'm choking and I'm like, and the life came back. The air, but my thing was, I can't even breathe, bro. I was so hurt, like they damaged me for a while. And then they grabbed me up and they're like, they go in my pockets and everything. And my stupid butt, I didn't throw nothing away because I was trying to get away. I could have threw the guns. I could have threw this gun when I was in the woods to the right, threw this gun to the left towards Boy house, Eldridge's house in the woods. I could have threw the drugs. I could have buried them in I had plenty of time. I had left the first set. I could have got rid of everything and they would have just caught me and they would have tried to go try to find all of it. But good luck. I would have threw it, been in the woods, right? But here I am. I ain't got rid of nothing because I'm like, I'm going to get away. I used to be a runner in the hood. I used to be a runner. So I'm like, I'm getting away. But I didn't. And so now I got both guns. Did I have both? No, I think I had one. I'm not sure. Sorry, guys. It's a little spotty now. Either had one or both guns and all the drugs. And they was like, we got him. And I remember that cop, he said, you going away for life for this. And that's when he said, and we've also got you shooting at an officer. And I couldn't talk. But in my head, I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about shooting at some? Oh, I didn't shoot at nobody, which I didn't. But what they was talking about, you said both. Last story in the car, hard button pockets, I think. No, I think that was the phone booth story, Yahkana, with the car. I don't know. Maybe this one too. Well, thank you. If it was both. I just don't remember now. So it was either or. But I did probably have the car on because that was my famous code. That's what I always want. But I know the phone booth one I had. Yeah, it was both. You're right, Yahkana. Thank you, Young King. It was both in the pockets. So what they was talking about was when the first set of cops ran down on me on Elm Street, when they got out their car and told me to freeze, thank you, Yahkana. They was recording in the car. I guess in the car, I think the car had recorders. Yeah, they was recording in the car. And so when they said freeze and they shot at me on the recorder, all you can hear when they play the recorder was them say freeze and then you hear a gunshot. So they would be able to say that was me shooting at them, which wasn't true. I never shot at them. I wouldn't shoot at no cop. You get put under the jail. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, if I'm doing a crime and I get caught, you catch me, you caught me, right? That's just what I was. That's just what it was, right? I ain't trying to make myself as no killer or nothing like that. I ain't no killer, right? I would defend myself, but I wasn't a killer, all right? And still not a killer. So that's what they said, that, they was going to get me for that recording. But as I told on the channel, I told the story where this one black cop, shout out, another black cop helped me and said that I didn't, they knew I didn't shoot at them, but he helped me. I don't want to tell that tonight because this ain't that story. So anyway, now I'm in the police car. They finally put me in the back of the police car. I can't talk. I'm hurt. I'm tired. I'm done. I got 2 guns. Yep, there you go, Yakin. I got caught with 2 guns and a bunch of drugs. I had coke. I had cocaine in the package, crack in the package, and weed in the package. I got the whole drug kit in the package, right? The weed was for me to smoke and stuff, right? Right? The coke was for whoever come and they wanted coke. I had some coke customers, and the crack was a bunch of that because that's what we were selling. And so I'm sitting in the back of the police car, and Michelle is still going crazy outside the car, and they're talking to her and trying to find stuff. They're doing stuff, and I'm sitting back there, and Shell's coming to the car, and they're trying to keep her away from the car. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh crap. We got a record deal, guys. We got a record deal with LL Cool J. And we supposed to be going to perform we're supposed to be going to perform for the showcase for every major record label. I thought of the guy who was signing us, who was like, yes, yes, come perform. You're going to be the foundation group for the Rock the Bells for the House. I thought of Pam in Queens and my little man, the Black Viking, Lil Rashawn, and Lil Star, the girl I showed at the beginning. And then I thought of Unique and Dow and Raheem. And they told me, please don't go. Just stay. Let's just go out and celebrate. Our whole life is about to change. We finally got a record deal and it's sealed. Let's just go celebrate. And I'm in the back of this police car with my windpipe almost crushed. And this cop is saying that you're going to get life in jail because we got you on recorder shooting at a cop, which wasn't true, right? So he's telling me I'm going to get life. And they got 2 guns and all these drugs. So even if he didn't put that fake charge on me, I was still going to do a lot of time. I was still going for years. But we got a record deal, guys, with LL Cool J. And I messed it up. That's why last week, when I told the story, Unique said, he said, yeah, and remember we had the record deal and you went and got locked up. And that's why I said, I'm going to tell the story next week, Unique. So not only am I witnessing Pam and like she's going to be home and she ain't going to have no way to know where I'm at. She didn't even have a cell phone. We don't have a phone in the apartment in Queens. It's going to be a week before she ever know where I'm going, if she even find me, before she realized to go try to find the jail. Nobody knows where my apartment is, right? Q-Dog know, but I had no way to, I don't know nobody's number by heart. They got my beepers, right? Everything was done by beeper, right? So I'm like, my kids, I'm gone. My family, I'm gone. My apartment, the Haitian lady who gave me the apartment, she gave me a chance. Pam's gonna have to move in with her parents because I'm about to get life or like 20 years or something crazy. And we had a record deal. We had a record deal to change our life. And they took me away. Next week, I'll tell what happened and I came home, when I came home and what happened. And I was still living in Queens. Shout out to LL Cool J. I know you never met me. If this channel blows up and when this channel blows up, I know if. When I blow this channel up, because I know what to do. I'm just busy doing the ministry. When this channel blows up, if he ever sees this story, I don't mean no disrespect. I didn't mean no disrespect at the beginning when I told that story. It just was what it was. But yeah, I'm quite sure we was that group. I was in that group that your dude told you about. So can you imagine? I can only imagine what happened at the showcase. That they were waiting. We was the premier group to perform, and we just never showed up. So I remember when I was in jail, about 2 days later, I got the phone call. Once Unique and them realized I didn't come back, and they found me, I got on the jack. And I'm like, yo, you need, I could barely speak. And he like, yo, Rob, man, what happened? So the first thing I said when I got on the phone, I said, please tell me y'all went and got the record deal. Because them three, y'all could perform it. Y'all know the routine, just do my part. We all knew each other's part. We was one. I said, please tell me y'all went and got the record deal. And he said, nope, we ain't go. I said, what? He said, Raheem didn't want to go. He got mad because you didn't come, and Raheem was the only one with a car. So he wouldn't take us. He got mad that you got locked up, and he just left the house. So we never went. And I'm like, no, bro. Why didn't y'all just go? He said, I tried to get him to go, but you know Raheem, he hard-headed. He was mad that you got locked up and you ain't listen. He's like, I told him. And he said, Dow's mad too. So now he moving to Atlanta. He leaving. We blew it. And that was it. And because this is definitely that story. So I don't know how. Oh, I know how. My Mercedes, my big 500, was at Unique's, parked in Unique's backyard. Yeah, shout out to Corey. I'm closing out, Corey. Salute to you too, Corey. Thanks for assisting me with the story tonight, Corey. Thanks for helping me out, young king. All right. Yeah, I'm closing out, Corey. So my Mercedes was parked in Unique's backyard because I had took it to this mechanic that told me that he could do me a tune-up, and he messed my Benz up because it was European. So I had it there that I was going to send it to my boy Enzo, this Russian master mechanic in Garden City. So I was going to get it towed to Enzo and let Enzo fix what that Hispanic dude on South Franklin, he owned the shop. He said, well, I could fix the car. He knew nothing about no German engineer. He messed my Benz up. So it's parked in Unique backyard for that bid that I did. Next week, I'll continue the story. I don't think I'm going to tell about the jail bid. I'm going to move past it and go on forward. But another story I'm going to tell about what happened during that bid. That's the bid that Boogie, DJ Montgomery was in there with me. Bourne was in there. Wise, I did a RIP tribute to Wise, Jerome. He was in there with me. That was that bid. Wise was in there, RIP to Wise. A lot of people was in there. Willie Norman, it was a lot of people in there in that bid. But Boogie was in that bid. DJ Montgomery was in there with me. So that was the record deal. Another record, I think that was our last record. I don't know. No, that wasn't our last record deal. But that was another record deal that I blew it. That was the story of LL Cool J. First-hand account, Sunrise, Green Acres Mall. Shout out to LL Cool J. And then the record deal with Rock the Bells, LL Cool J, original hip-hop legend. Straight legendary status, one of the greatest rappers to ever exist. I give him his props. And I also give him his props that he was not no punk. And everybody was gunning for LL during the crack era. They were all trying to rob LL. They all wanted, and any rapper, they was food. Now later, as more rappers, as it started to get more popular, and then a lot of the crack era started to come to a close, and everybody started to get locked up, all of the, the famous robbing crews that would rob stick-up crews and all that, then the rappers had more freedom to breathe. So they was wearing all that. That's where you get Run DMC with all their big shows and Big Daddy Kane. But Big Daddy Kane got robbed. Biz Markie got robbed, right? I don't want to give it away, but in my documentary, I tell a story where he about to get robbed in my hood, Parkside Projects. They try to rob Biz Arby. So everybody know they robbed Kane. You was getting got. All right. Rakim ain't get got. I'm quite sure he might have got tried, but Rakim had a strong team behind him. Supreme Magnetic and them and rapping them, paid in full posse, Fort Greene, Brooklyn, right? So Eric B and Rakim, I don't think they really got tried, but they would have, right? Eric B had the original 50 Cent, the little stick-up kid and all them. They had Brooklyn with them. But the crack era, if you was running around heavy, you was gonna get tested. You was gonna get got. And they tried to get LL Cool J everywhere he went. But LL he held it down. I'm sure they got him that time. They probably got him another time or two. But he always came back out. All right. Another one down. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Hopefully y'all enjoyed me sharing these testimonies of the dark past that I lived. That bid that I just said, when I was in there, they gave me a state bid, right? Right. So, and then I'll tell that story another time. I know I already told some of it. I think I told it already, but I end up getting a reduced sentence, and praise the Most High. I did time though, but I ended up getting a reduced sentence. They was trying to give me a max, but the Most High looked out for me then too. They was trying to give me a max hit bid on the first time felony, right? Because it was my first felony that I got caught for, right? That I got to get sentenced for. So anyway, yeah. So I hope y'all enjoyed another one down. Again, I'm not promoting this life. This was the crack era when they flooded heroin and crack into the ghettos. And I didn't have no parents. I knew nothing better. And I did these dark things, these crimes. And I served time for these crimes, but I could have lost my life. So you don't want to do no crime. You want to get a job. You want to work. You want to get a family. You want to give Caesar what's Caesar's. You want to abide the laws of the land that you in. You understand? Follow the laws of any land you in, as long as they don't go against the laws of the Most High, and his laws are all righteous. So just follow the laws, be a law-abiding citizen. These are testimonies of my life that led me to get a 25 to life bid too. And then I got a second chance to live. And this is my second chance. And now my life is dedicated to the Most High. And I do this, I tell these testimonies as just a bearing witness that if I can live this life and now become a man of the Most High, speaking truth to power and teaching his children all over the world, because our ministry reaches all over the world, and that anyone can do it. Just because of your predicament, the Most High is in you. Greater is he that is within you, right? He is all of our Father. If you believe in a higher power than yourself, you can tap into him. He is internal. You have the devil, you have the seed of the serpent in your heart, right? It's lodged in your heart, the DNA, so you need to circumcise it and you need to fight your flesh, meaning sin. The flesh wants to do sinful things because it's pleasuring to your flesh, but you are spirit animating a fleshly body. So don't let the flesh override your spirit. Your spirit is supposed to conquer your flesh. So as your fleshly desire wants you to steal or lie or cheat or sell drugs or fornicate, do these sins, you make your spirit man conquer the flesh and say, that is not pleasing to the Most High. I'm conquer you, I'll master you. See? So you are supposed to be control of your flesh. That's why we're supposed to have rearing up from a 2-parent household. And that's why they destroyed our 2-parent household. So I teach this testimony TV not to glorify the life that I live, because it gave me life bids, and it gave me state bids, and it gave me guns in my head, and cops trying to kill me, stick-up kids trying to kill me, shootouts, just death at every corner, cameras on my houses, and gotta watch your back, take back streets to go home, and gotta go 10 different blocks ways, different way home every time you go. That ain't no life to live. That's not a life. So I'm telling these testimonies as a testament to say, if I can come from this life and live a productive life, so can you. And for the youth, this ain't the life you want to live. You don't want to be in nobody's prison or jail. So thank you, Yahakana. He said, praise Yah, thank you, Uncle. Always enjoyable and fruitful testimonies. This is just a testimony of my past life, trials and tribulations, when I was in my darkness and in sin. And now I'm in the light. Remember, Keep it functional. Another one down. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. I see y'all next week, Eastern Standard Time, around 8:30, Colored People Hebrew time, right? For another story next week. For everybody else, I see y'all tomorrow. Y'all need to watch that. I'm saying the Black Kings, the Stuart line, King James, the Black Kings of the Dark Ages of Europe that ruled Europe. I'm bringing our history and I'm reading the books from the 1600s that they wrote about us, so-called Black people. Wake up, know who you are so you don't continue this sin, right? Let's get the curses, the generational curses off your head. If you don't know who you are, you don't know your past, you don't know where you're going, right? I love you all. Thank you, Yak Dylan. Love you all. Go forth, be the light that you are. Remember our motto here at Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV is love the Most High, y'all. We out. I'll see most of y'all tomorrow. New York, I love y'all back home. I, Mashiach Assembly, I love y'all. Thank you for riding with this story with me. We out. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that Tucci. All the time on the grind, getting that Ducci. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, dark side, the ghetto, the dark side, strong side, the wrong side. I think I'm supposed to run. What?
I just checked it. Everything's okay.